Good morning. The Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission appreciates the opportunity to be live in Detroit. We look forward to hearing from you. As chair of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission to order at 9:12 a.m. This Zoom webinar is live streamed on YouTube on the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission YouTube channel. For anyone in the public watching who would prefer to watch via a different platform than they are currently using, please visit our social media at Redistricting MI. Our live stream today includes closed captioning. Closed captioning, ASL interpretation, Spanish, Arabic, and Bengali translation services will be provided for effective participation in this meeting. Email us at redistricting@michigan.gov for additional viewing options or details on accessing language translation services for this meeting. People with disabilities needing other specific accommodations should also contact redistricting@michigan.gov. This meeting is being recorded and will be available at www.michigan.gov/MICRC for viewing at a later date. This meeting is also being transcribed, and those closed caption transcripts will be made available and posted on the michigan.gov/MICRC website, along with written public comment submissions. There is also a public comment portal that may be accessed by visiting michigan.gov/MICRC. Members of the media who may have questions before, during, or after the meeting should direct those questions to Edward Woods III, Executive Director for the Commission, at woodse3@michigan.gov or 517-331-6309. For the public watching and the public record, I will turn to the Department of State staff to take note of the commissioners present.
Good morning, commissioners. Please say present when I call your name. If you are attending the meeting remotely, please announce during roll call you're attending the meeting remotely, and please share what city, state, county, township, or village and state from which you're attending the meeting remotely. I'll begin alphabetically. Elaine Andrade.
Present.
Donna Callahan.
Present.
Juanita Curry.
Present. Attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Anthony Eade.
Present.
Brittany Kellum. Rhonda Lang.
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett. Marcus Muldoon.
Present.
Cynthia Orton.
Present.
Rebecca Zatella.
Present, attending remotely from Wayne County, Michigan.
Janice Villette.
Present.
Oh, sorry.
Aaron Wagner.
I am present, attending from Eaton Township.
Richard Weiss.
Present, attending remotely from Saginaw Township, Saginaw, Michigan.
We have 11 commissioners present, Madam Chair. We have a quorum. You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Young. It wasn't on. As a reminder to the public watching, you can view the agenda at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. I would now entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
It's moved. Thank you. It's moved and seconded that we approve the meeting agenda for today. Is there any discussion on the agenda?
I would actually like to ask a question about the agenda, please. This is Commissioner Wagner.
Go ahead.
Yesterday, I believe we had discussion about moving the appeal to today's agenda, yet I don't see it on here. So if someone could explain to me what we're actually doing with the appeal, that would be awesome. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Woods sent out an email I saw yesterday, and I see that he's raising his hand. Go ahead, Mr. Woods.
Thank you, Commissioner Wagner. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a response. I had a conversation with our legal counsel yesterday, Mr. Nate Fink, with regards to the appeal. And in speaking with our litigation counsel, there will be no work, I repeat, no work done on the appeal starting today until the commission actually votes on it. And knowing that our number one priority right now is meeting the court order, that's why I suggested, that we wait until after we vote on February 1st. Having said that, once again, I repeat, that was a recommendation from me. Obviously, the commission doesn't have to accept that recommendation, but the whole idea is our number one priority is meeting the court order. And so we can get that done. We can do that. As I shared, and as you guys already know, if we don't spend the money that we requested, the money automatically goes back to the legislature, or if we need more money, we can ask them for additional funds. But for right now, the whole purpose was we have how can I say, a temporary resolution where those who might have been concerned about money being spent on an appeal in terms of work being done, that's not taking place until after the commission votes. So that's why I made that suggestion, Commissioner Wagner, in the email.
Commissioner Zatella?
Yeah, I would just ask in the future when we have a situation like this where a commissioner is requesting an agenda item, rather than just removing it, can we just leave it on the agenda? And then if the commission so desires, we can vote to take it off the agenda at the beginning of the meeting. That way the public is aware of what's going on, because I realize you sent an email, Edward, and obviously commissioners might be aware of what's going on, but the public isn't, and the public knows this issue was raised yesterday. And if Aaron hadn't raised it up as a question, the public wouldn't understand why we weren't discussing an issue that we said we were going to discuss today. So I just ask in the future, we just put it on the agenda as requested, and then the commission can vote to remove it and have discussion if necessary, so that we are being transparent as we have promised to be. Thank you.
And I appreciate that, Commissioner Zatella. And as I shared earlier with Commissioner Lang, it was my understanding, so you can blame me, it was my understanding that because the agendas were already out, this was going to be something that was going to be added to the agenda, not automatically placed. As you know, the agendas were posted for this week all last week, and everything that was added or taken away was done by vote of the commission. So my understanding, and like I said, blame me, my understanding was that there was going to be a motion to add it to the agenda because it was never on the agenda for today in the first place. So please forgive my error. And if there's any other questions, I can take them at this time.
Any other questions or discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor of approving the agenda, raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, raise your hand and say nay.
Nay.
The ayes have it, and the agenda is approved.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, for the roll call, Commissioner Lett is on and present. Thank you.
Thank you. So without objection, MICRC Executive Director Woods will review the public comment guidelines. Hearing no objection, please proceed, Mr. Woods.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairperson. Good morning, and welcome again. We're happy to be here in Detroit, and we're happy to ensure, once again, that democracy works through citizen participation. And one of the great things about this new redistricting process is everything is done openly and transparently, and it's really driven by citizen input. And we're happy for the people that have signed up to register in person, as well as those who are accessing this program remotely. Just want to remind you that you have up to 90 seconds, I repeat, up to 90 seconds to address the commission as a whole, not individual commissioners or any innuendos, but the commission as a whole with regards to how you feel the map should be drawn. We just want to make sure that there's no slanderous remarks, no deceit, no snarkiness, none of that stuff. Just having a respectful dialogue to state your perspective on how these maps can be done and for the best interest of Detroit. We invite you to share your communities of interest. We invite you to share your suggestions for maps, and we invite you to share your comments on maps that have been drawn or ways to improve some of the maps that have been drawn. This is really an open process, and we're happy that you are here, but we just ask that we respect one another, both amongst the commission as well as with you, and we look forward to hearing what you have to share. Thank you so much for being here, and we look forward to hearing from you soon.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. Vice Chair Janice Follett will facilitate the public comment portion of this agenda.
Without objection, we will begin the public comment pertaining to mapping. Hearing no objection, we will now proceed with public comment. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide in-person public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. Please step to the nearest microphone when I call your number. You will have 90 seconds to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when your 90 seconds have ended and you hear the timer. First in line to provide public comment is number 1.
Hi, my name is Lisa Goldstein. I'm a resident of Farmington Hills. I was actively involved in collecting signatures to get proposal 18-2 on the ballot and educating voters about the role of the Independent Redistricting Commission in ending gerrymandering. I appreciate the time and energy that the members have put into the map drawing process. At this point, I think it's important for the commission to consider maps that have been submitted by others. If someone has already provided a good solution for Metro Detroit boundaries, the commission should approve it or improve on it unless they can produce something objectively better. I do not think that the commissioners should expand the revisions beyond the districts voided by the court. Sticking to the impacted districts identified by the court will ensure Detroit voters have the opportunity to elect people to represent their communities without creating a ripple effect that changes multiple district boundaries. It's also important the districts meet the requirements of the constitutional amendment, especially partisan fairness. I urge the commission to set forth maps that comply with the court requirements. The decision on maps should not be shifted to the special master that's simultaneously drawing maps when Michigan voters overwhelmingly gave this responsibility to the commission. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is number 2.
Good morning. My name is Bill Kalovis. May I've got a little bit of a write-up. May I approach Vice Chair and pass this out to each of the members? I'm going to be asking for it to be as additional evidence. Thank you very much. Hopefully that didn't take away my 90 seconds. I'll give a moment, if you don't mind, Vice Chair, for everybody to get a copy of that. I'm an attorney, but don't hold that against me. And then if you expect an attorney to hold to 90 seconds, it's going to be tough. So just sort of throw something at me if it gets to that level. I've been a resident of the city of Southgate for approximately 38 years. I'm an attorney for 38 years in Southgate. I'm a former councilman for the city of Southgate for the last 12 years. And I just retired from being a councilman a couple of weeks ago. I love serving my city. I respectfully submit the additional, this testimony and as additional testimony for the record in support of redistricting the makeup of District 2 and merge it with the city of Melvindale. Currently, the city of Melvindale is a very small city. In fact, they're known as Little City with a Big Heart. I was born there. Has 12,000 residents.
Go ahead and finish your thoughts.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Vice Chair. And so they're currently with the city of Dearborn that has 104,000. So you can imagine they sort of get lost with 104,000 city and they're 12. And I'll cut it real short because the rest is written. If we redistrict and take Melvindale, the little city, with Allen Park, which is right next door, contiguous in Wayne County. Melvindale, Allen Park, part of Southgate, sort of weird on how Southgate split in half. And Lincoln Park would bring it to 80,000 people. Of course, I only have a few seconds to speak, but if you review what I submitted, which I know you will, and respectfully, I think that will be more in line with the federal judge order and opinion. Thank you and have a good day. If you have any questions, please feel free.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is number 3. I forgot my.
Good morning, esteemed members of the commission. Thank you for your efforts you are putting into this process. I'm reaching out to you as a lifelong resident of Melvindale, current mayor of the city of Melvindale. I want to share my perspective and support for redistricting measures that present the best option for the residents of Melvindale. Under the current map, Melvindale is part of the House District number 3. The current map does not serve the best interests of our city. Currently, the city of Melvindale coordinates services including education, law enforcement, and court with the city of Allen Park. The current map forces Melvindale to compete for resources with the city of Dearborn and the city of Detroit, both of which fall under the current District 3. While we value our relationship with our neighbors in Detroit and Dearborn, the more natural fit for Melvindale is to be included in the same district as Allen Park and Lincoln Park. Redistricting Melvindale to the proposed District 2 map of Lincoln Park and in Allen Park would allow for better coordination with our neighboring cities around appropriation of funds related to essential services, education, and funding for the residents of Melvindale. Further, the representative for this new district will be able to give more time and attention to Melvindale. The proposed map titled Rosebud offers the best option for the city of Melvindale. Assuming that this map meets the VRA standards set forth, I am in the opinion that Rosebud map is the best choice for Melvindale. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is number 4.
Good morning. My name is Miriam Bazzi. I live in Dearborn, Michigan, where I was born and raised, and I also work at Access in Dearborn. I'm here to advocate that my community of interest is kept together. I'm asking to keep the Access communities of interest represented in map C1510 are kept together, which are Arab Americans and Middle Eastern and North African communities. Metro Detroit is home to the largest and most diverse Arab American and Middle Eastern and North African communities in the United States. Our community of interest primarily lives in Dearborn, Dearborn Heights, West Detroit, and Melvindale, as well as other parts of Michigan, such as Hamtramck, Sterling Heights, Flint, Livonia, Canton, Ferndale, Ypsilanti, and Ann Arbor. Without a fair count of our community in the U.S. Census, we are constantly invisible and not factored into the process of redistricting. The commission will determine the representation that this community of interest will have for the next 10 years and the generational impacts it will have for our future. Please take the time to redraw the house maps. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is number 5.
Hello, everyone. My name is Zaina Jadallah, and I'm from Dearborn, and I want to keep my community of interest together. The U.S. Census counts people who hold Arab ancestry or other Middle Eastern or North African MENA origins within the white racial category. The fact is, the Arab American and MENA community has distinct issues and experiences and national level data on Arab Americans' obscure regional variations, such as disadvantaged communities in the Metro Detroit area. The Arab American and MENA community, though lumped into the white racial category by the U.S. Census, is quite distinct from that white population. Our community of interest primarily lives in Dearborn, Dearborn Heights, West Detroit, and Melvindale, as well as other parts of Michigan such as Hamtramck, Sterling Heights, Flint, Livonia, Canton, Ferndale, Ypsilanti, and Ann Arbor. I urge you to please consider the community of interest map C1510, which gives our community equitable consideration. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is number 6.
Good evening, Commission. Mike Hashem, resident of Wayne County. I'm up here today to basically to express my opinion that yes, I am of Arab American descent. And some of the maps that are proposed, like the Rosebud map, basically shows that Dearborn should stay as a whole by itself. We shouldn't have to compete with cities like Detroit. And also we should allow Melvindale to branch off into the natural community of which it's at, which is the downriver community. So basically Melvindale would be in a pot of competition with the city of Detroit and with the city of Dearborn for resources like education, police and fire, and other federal and state resources. Talking about size and population, Melvindale has a comparable size to Allen Park and Lincoln Park, which those three communities have been working for the longest time together. And just what the mayor echoed previously is that it'll be a more natural fit for the lines to be drawn and better and fair representation for that area. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is number 7.
Good morning. I'm Kenya Willard. I was born, raised, and educated in this wonderful city of Detroit. I reside and own properties in the city of Detroit. I was also an educator in the city of Detroit. Detroit is my community of interest. The committee should look at the partisan data while mapping and not ignore partisan fairness. In 2018, the citizens voted for fair maps, and that is what should be upheld. Please don't take fair maps away from Detroiters. You have the power to improve our democracy. Detroit has always been a great city. I understand that more outsiders are moving to the city and want to be aligned with the amazing energy Detroit possesses. Each community in Detroit has its own concerns and strengths. The communities in Detroit should not be attached to another community who does not share in their adversity or drive.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is number 8.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Sarah Ismail. I live in the city of Dearborn, and I'm here on behalf of Access. I'm also here to ask that my community of interest be kept together. So this community of interest is not only Arab Americans, but more broadly Middle Eastern North African communities. And they not only span Dearborn and Dearborn Heights, but they span Hamtramck, Ann Arbor, Ferndale, Sterling Heights, and pockets of Detroit, and most importantly, Melvindale. This community of interest has shared commonalities, not only in culture, geography, language, religion, and even shared trauma, but a commonality of visibility. This community is invisible because it does not have a US Census category, which is the data that is currently used to draw these districts. A commonality of being labeled white, a commonality of lacking a category. So I encourage the commission to refer back to map C1510, which is the Access Communities of Interest map. The decision that the commission makes will not only impact us now, but for the next decade. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide live or remote public. Maybe you should ask. Oh, do you want me to ask anybody else? Does anybody else want to speak? That didn't, oh, sure, come on up.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Maia Anthony. I was born and raised on the northwest side of Detroit, one of the most integral cities in Michigan. I've also lived on the east side of Detroit, and I've also lived downtown. No matter where I've lived in this city, what remains imperative to Detroit is the need for consistent representation on racial equity, health, and life stability for families in Detroit. We vote because we demand more of those things in order to have a fair and flourishing quality of life for generations to come. Being a community of interest must first be considered in utilizing your resources when it comes to remapping our districts. We must have fair representation when it comes to our legislature. We need you all to please consider the culture and the needs of the people in the city where people have been here their entire lives and their districts have been ripped apart. It's going to continue to be devastating for us moving forward. You have an opportunity to get back on track here. May I suggest you utilize these next 2 days to continue hearing and connecting with Detroit and the importance of keeping it together. When you're remapping the city, please use borders as starting points like 8 Mile Woodward, freeways like I-96, John C. Lodge, starting there and giving a complete analysis. Consider how communities of color voted in 2018, because we told you then, and we told you again in 2021 before drawing these current maps. Please hear us out. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Before I move on to remote, is there anyone here who hasn't spoke? Okay, come on.
Hello, Commission. My name is Cindy Gamboa, and I'm a resident also of the city of Detroit. Grew up in Southwest Detroit, work in Southwest Detroit, currently live in Woodbridge neighborhood. I'm the executive director of Mi Poder, which is a civil rights and civic engagement organization serving the Latinx communities across the state of Michigan. I want to thank the commission for all the incredible work and of developing this transparent, independent redistricting process that preserves statewide partisan fairness. I know we still have a bit more work to do, so I'm here to ask the commission to continue to consider statewide fairness at every step. The communities of interest requirement allows for more inclusive inclusion in our redistricting process and maximizes the public engagement with our commission. It's important that the ICRC recognizes that every public comment and portal submission is a key data point for the commission to consider. My community of interest is located in House District 1, and I'm urging you to keep my community intact. After the cracking of my community experience after the 2010 census was devastating. We have done lots of work to recover, and I urge you not to undo that process. If the district has to be changed in any way, we would like to see that happen in the northern part of the district. I also urge the ICRC to consider submissions from the public that include full suite of complementary supporting materials. Be right back. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Now we'll move on to virtual public comment. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide live or remote public commentary to the commission will now be allowed. I will call your name and our staff will unmute you. If you are on a computer, you will be prompted by the Zoom app to unmute your microphone and speak. If you are on the phone, a voice will say that the host wants you to speak and prompt you to press *6 to unmute. I will call on you by your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number. Also, please note that if you experience technical or audio issues, or we do not hear from you for 3 to 5 seconds, we will move on to the next person in line and then return to you after they have been done speaking. If your audio still does not work, you can email redistricting@michigan.gov and we will help you troubleshoot so you can participate during the next public hearing period at a later meeting. You have 90 seconds to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. First in line. Sorry, I lost my list. Okay. First in line to speak is James Gallant.
Our first participant is not present today.
Okay, thank you very much. Next in line is Susan Smith. Please allow a moment for our staff to unmute you.
Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for providing the opportunity for the public to address the commission. I'm Susan Smith, Redistricting Chair for the League of Women Voters of Michigan. As many of you know, trained volunteer league members have been observing MICRC meetings since September 2020. The League of Women Voters of Michigan is a partner organization in the Promote the Vote Coalition, which advocates for fair and equitable maps. This morning, I'm here to speak in support of Promote the Vote's Fair and Equitable Unity Map P-9299. The map meets all the requirements of the Federal District Court order, as well as the Michigan Constitution criteria. The League of Women Voters urges you to include Promote the Vote's Fair and Equitable Unity Map P-9299, along with the other maps you will be submitting this Friday to your VRA consultant for the VRA analysis. That's P as in Paul, 9299. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Bo Snyder. Please allow our staff a moment to unmute you. You're muted.
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Bo Snyder. I live in Kalamazoo. I'm retired. Most importantly, though, I'm a volunteer with Voters Not Politicians, and I worked hard to get the constitutional amendment on the ballot that gives you, the commissioners, the exclusive authority to adopt maps. As you continue the process of remapping, as required by AG Benson, I encourage you to keep the following in mind. First, fix the problems identified in AG Benson to improve the opportunity of historically marginalized communities to elect the candidates of their choice. Second, maintain or improve the maps against the other criteria, especially partisan fairness. Michigan is a rare 50-50 partisan state. Maintaining political maps that allow either party to gain control is the best way to assure that each party is responsive to the people and strengthening our democracy. Third, with time being short, consider maps submitted by the public that are accompanied by analysis and data rather than starting from scratch, and give careful consideration to the maps submitted by people who will be impacted by these district changes. Fourth, to the extent possible, come together as a group to carry out this important responsibility. And finally, I want to thank you for your service to the state with this crucial work. I have great respect for what you do. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Samira Alabashi.
Number 4 is not present.
Okay, thank you. Next in line is Alex King. Please allow a moment for the staff to unmute you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Good morning. Good morning to the commission. My name is Alex King. I was born in Southfield and raised in Livonia for most of my life. And something that's really important to me. Well, I'm a U of D Jesuit high school alum, and I've been proudly working in the city of Detroit for many of my years as a working professional. And no matter where I've been in life, what remains important to me is that Detroit needs consistent representation that stand up and fight for racial equity, health, and stability for families. I ask that the commission considers the needs of the people in our city, low wage earners, blue collar workers, really hear the voices of residents in the community. And I was a big supporter of Promote the Vote initiatives and really appreciate the work that you're doing to fight for our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Najla Fadha. Sorry. Please allow our staff a moment to unmute you.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Najla Fada, and I live in Dearborn. I am here today to advocate that my community of interest be kept together. Arab Americans and more broadly, the Middle Eastern and Northern African communities are undercounted in the U.S. Census, which makes the process much more difficult for our community to demonstrate the size and the needs of the community. My community of interest primarily lives in Dearborn, Dearborn Heights, West Detroit, Melvindale, as well as parts of Hamtramck, Sterling Heights, Flint, Livonia, Canton, Ferndale, Ypsilanti, and Ann Arbor. Leaving our community of interest together ensures we're able to quantify its needs. It would further ensure they can develop programs that meet the needs of these communities and acquire funding to do this. Our community of interest must stay intact, and I urge you to continue your work by redrafting the House map and consider the Access Community of Interest map C1510 and the draft House map. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Chris Gilmer Hill. Please allow our staff a moment to unmute you.
Good morning. Can I be heard?
We can hear you.
All right. Hi, my name is Chris Gilmer Hill, lifelong resident of the Palmer Park area. Firstly, I'd like to thank the commission for all the hard work you've been putting into making sure that we get fair maps. I'd like to address a few things with the Lilly map, but firstly, I'd like to highlight that I do still think the Lilly map is by far the best, both in terms of fairly determining which districts are necessary to change, and in terms of mostly respecting COI around a large portion of the Metro Detroit area. But I'd like to again highlight that it still doesn't address several communities of interest that the commission has heard repeated testimony about from several commenters, not just myself. And in particular, those are the Royal Oak Township split, the split of Royal Oak unnecessarily between districts 6 and 7, the split of Oak Park, Royal Oak Township in Detroit, the split of South Warren and the east side of Detroit, and the split of the Ferndale, Detroit LGBT community of interest. All of these have been discussed. Several of them were even included in Commissioner Sotela's overlay and have been discussed for years now, going back to the previous round of comments on the initial redistricting, but they're not included in any of our considerations here, and none of them have been drawn into maps for this round. I'd again like to urge the commission to take up my submission, which is the Tiger Lily map. I've updated that in P9928. It keeps almost identically to the Lily submission, but includes these communities of interest. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Lama Shamseddine. Please allow our staff a moment to unmute you.
Hello, my name is Lama Shamsuddin. I live in Dearborn. And I grew up in Dearborn. I currently live in Dearborn Heights. And I want to keep my community of interest together. I'm asking to keep the Access Communities of Interest C1510 together, which are the Arab American, Middle Eastern, and North African communities. Our communities of interest primarily live in Dearborn, Dearborn Heights, West Detroit, Melvindale, as well as other parts of Hamtramck, or other parts of Michigan, such as Hamtramck, Sterling Heights, Flint, Livonia, Canton, Ferndale, Ypsilanti, and Ann Arbor. The Arab American community that Access serves most directly in Metro Detroit is the largest and most concentrated in the nation, but the community is also unique in its diversity, successes, and challenges. The community is one of the oldest Arab American communities with roots back to the 1980s, and we receive more Arab-speaking refugees and immigrants than almost any other metro area in the country. Although the largest community in the country, my community is not captured in the census and therefore is left out of the redistricting process. The commission will determine the representation that COI will have for the next 10 years and the generational impacts it will have for our future. Please take time to redraw our house maps. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Delaney McDermott. Please allow our staff a moment to unmute you.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Delaney, and I am a member of the Arab American community. Wayne, Oakland, and Macomb counties are the three most populous counties in Michigan and comprise of Metro Detroit. These three counties also have the most significant Arab American and MENA populations in the state, and some of the most concentrated Arab and Iraqi Chaldean populations in the nation. The Arab American, the Arab American and MENA populations here have many commonalities, including history, culture, heritage, and ancestry. The US Census counts people of Arab ancestry and those of MENA origins in the white race category. But the fact is, Arab Americans and MENA individuals have distinct issues and experiences, and the federal data obscures that. To properly understand the needs and size of this community, we need to keep the community and districts together. I support the Access Community Interest Map C1510, which does this. Please consider this map and the community as you redraw the House districts. Thank you so much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Ryan Reese. Please allow our staff a moment to unmute you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you again to the commission for your hard work. My name is Reverend Ryan Reese. I am from House District 14 in the Centerline area. After listening to the comments yesterday and reviewing the 5 tests from Dr. Hanley's presentation, I am concerned that the commission may be using a skewed benchmark in measuring partisan fairness. The seat to vote ratio being discussed could be misleading if the focus is solely on the 2022 election. It is important to be mindful of skewed impact of so-called landslide elections. If a Democratic candidate such as Whitmer won by 1% in a district while winning the state by 10%, in a far closer election, this district might lean heavily more towards Republican votes. In particular, regarding lopsided vote tests, one of the more problematic from 2012, it is important to not let the data become skewed. There should be tools, metrics, and census data from multiple years and additional information to the seat to vote ratio when making sure the margins meet constitutional standards. We can't rely solely upon a year where, to coin the phrase, a party A beat the spread to gauge the activity of a district accurately. And in doing so, we might risk losing ground in partisan fairness that your commission has worked hard to achieve. Be sure to use all available data in making your determinations, and thank you again for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Alex McGuire.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm sorry. I just connected because I forgot that we moved to 9 o'clock this morning. At first, I'd like to thank the commission for all of your hard work at making sure that all of Michigan's voice is heard, in making sure that that lines are drawn fairly. I appreciate the commitment to partisan fairness that the commission has demonstrated, though I am concerned by the over-reliance on the seat votes ratio metric you're using to evaluate partisanship. The seat votes ratio breaks down in utility in any election that could be construed as a landslide, that is to say, statistical outlier outcomes as opposed to true averages. 3 of the 4 metrics show all of your maps as favoring Republicans. You need to be using multiple metrics to protect partisan fairness. Again, I'd like to thank you for hearing my comment and have a great day.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Chris Gilmer Hill. Please allow a moment for our staff to unmute you.
So that participant has already provided comment for the first round. So I believe that they've requested to speak again for the second round. So we'll come back to them.
Okay, next in line is Michelle Davis. Please allow our staff a moment to unmute you.
It looks like Michael might be experiencing some technical difficulties right now, so we can move on to the next participant and come back.
Okay, next in line is Anthony Scannell. Please allow a moment for our staff to unmute you.
That participant is not present.
Next in line is Fahed Ibrahim. Please allow our staff a moment to unmute you.
Sorry, that participant is also not present.
Okay, next in line is Robert Dindoffer.
Actually, it looks like Michael just connected. So if we want to go back to them and then we can go to Mr. Dindoffer.
Okay. You're muted.
Plot twist. I am Michael, not Michelle Davis. Good morning, commissioners. Michael Davis, Executive Director of Promote the Vote, a diverse coalition of leading Michigan-based organizations representing historically marginalized communities across our state. Each of our partner organizations have a rich history of pro-voter education and advocacy committed to ensuring that our voting system works for all Michiganders, and fair maps are foundational to that. Last night, on behalf of our coalition partners, NAACP, the League of Women Voters, Detroit Action, API Vote Michigan, Access, Detroit Disability Power, McGuetch, ACLU, Michigan, and others, the 2024 PTV Unity Map was submitted to the portal ID P9299. Mapping is tough, so while we recognize the difficulty, now more than ever, we understand the unique opportunity the Commission has to meet the mark of the constitutional amendment. From the onset, we've contended the Commission could redraw the districts with consideration of all mapping criteria and comply with the orders without impacting many adjacent districts. In good faith, the Commissioner took up a well-meaning public map, and the Commission voted to include that map along with other plans for analysis by the Commission experts. On behalf of our partners and the communities they live, play, work, and pray in, it is our sincere hope that our Unity map is afforded the same consideration. Our map impacts only 12 districts and improves upon the criteria and key issues surrounding this redraw. Our maps are sound, fair, and equitable, creating 11 majority-minority districts, 2 more than the current Hickory plan, and more than any offering I've seen. Given your urgent timeline, all our coalition asks is for our map to be evaluated just like the other submissions that you put forth, because at the end of the day, U.S. commissioners should still be in control of this process of adopting the final maps. Thank you for your time and
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line. You couldn't hear me? Next in line is Robert Dindoffer. Please allow our staff a moment to unmute you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. Hey, folks. I want to thank you all. Yesterday, I pointed out that there were folks who had a misconception, I think, about what representing the Lakeshore Suburbs community of interest in State House District would do in terms of partisan fairness. I didn't think it was going to change much, if anything. I think that the Trillium version 3 configuration that was drawn for that district demonstrated that on seats votes, it changed nothing. That still favored Democrats by, I think, 1.7%. And that on the other measures of partisan fairness, it changed nothing by more than, I think, 0.1. So it was materially the same in every measure. And in the most important measure, seats votes, the map still favors Democrats. So having a competitive district that's light blue in that area does not, and I'll repeat, does not disrupt the partisan fairness analysis. In fact, in seats votes, it still favors Democrats. The thing I would say is, it's my understanding that seats votes is based on a composite review of multiple elections. And so I think some of the comments today may again be mistaken, but if I'm mistaken on that, I will still point out that the Trillium version 3 configuration still.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Ryan Reese. Please allow our staff a moment to unmute you. We have one more in person. Okay.
And on my final comment, I just wanted to close it up. So I did want to urge the commission, again, Cindy Gamboa, Executive Director of Mi Poder, advocating for Latinx communities across the state. I urge the ICRC to also consider the submission from the public that includes supporting materials like maps, metrics, VRA, partisan analysis, district narratives, and more. We have also collaborated with Promote the Vote and various other civil rights organizations to produce fair, equitable maps for people in the state of Michigan. And we ask that you consider the 2024 unity maps that aim to provide districts where representatives are more responsive to their constituents, who truly reflect the diverse communities that they represent, and who will champion the issues of the concerns of their citizens and communities in Lansing. The map is P9299, Promote the Vote. Fair unity maps. Fair inclusive maps means our communities are represented by leaders who know us and who will fight for the resources that our children and families need to thrive. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who? I can't hear you. Okay, so then we're going to allow Ryan Reese another comment. So please allow the staff a moment to unmute you.
Seems Mr. Reese might be having some technical difficulties. We can move on to the next remote public comment participant that has provided a second, or that has requested to speak for a second time, and that is Chris Gilmer Hill.
Hi, good morning. Can I be heard?
Yes.
All right, so with my second comment, I wanted to address just a couple of additional things. Firstly, I'd like to echo the call that you've heard from a number of people to keep the Arab American community in Central and East Dearborn whole. They've submitted that as the COI map 1510, and that'll be the configuration that's reflected in a number of maps that are being considered, like the Lily map preserves that configuration, as well as the Rosebud map. In general, the maps that don't try to, keep 3 and 4 from changing necessarily, those are the only maps that do preserve that COI, which is further evidence that changing those districts is reasonably necessary as part of redrawing the other ones. I'd also like to stress on the partisan fairness front that it is possible to improve all 4 metrics at the same time. So the commission shouldn't compromise on the standard that you set for yourselves of not allowing any retrogression, not allowing the maps to get worse in any of these standards. In particular, if the commission makes the further change of combining Taylor into 1 seat, combining that with the portions of Romulus and the northern part of Brownstown Township that are currently in 28 and 29, that improves proportionality for Republicans by creating a new seat that Republicans won in 2018 and 2022, while improving the other metrics for Democrats by more fairly distributing votes across seats. I'd urge the commission to consider that as well. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission.
Our next public comment participant, we've had someone join who was not here during the first round. So I will allow them to speak for their first public comment, and then we'll move on to our next participant who has requested to speak for a second time. So next up is Anthony Scannell.
Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. I'm looking at the maps, and I'm someone who I watch pretty much every meeting. I don't get to watch all of them, but sometimes I have to watch it on 1.25 speed on YouTube, just to catch up. But it was really hard for me to find. I don't know why. I didn't expect the maps to be uploaded, but finally I found them. So I just want to say for the public listening, if you don't know where the maps are, just on the homepage, michigan.gov/MICRC, down at the bottom, mapping comment portal. I mean, I'm sure you guys have said it, but it's not really intuitive. So that helped me a lot. And I was looking at them in Tulip. That's the one that doesn't really make sense for me and my district, District 1. It totally splits up Southwest Detroit. But I could also see the desire to keep Melvindale with Dearborn. That might be a consideration, and not many of the maps do that. So I don't know. That's why. But Tulip, that's just a big no because of what it does to Southwest Detroit, in my opinion. And then also, I think, on a separate note, speaks to the qualifications of all commissioners. I'd like to I wish I could file a notice to vacate the whole commission pending a fact-finding investigation as to whether or not you really affiliate with the party you said you did 4 years ago. And what is affiliate?
Thank you for addressing the commission.
Our next remote public comment participant requesting to speak for a second time is Alex McGuire.
Hi, my name is Alex McGuire, connecting remotely from Sterling Heights. I'd like to thank the commission for the opportunity to speak again on behalf of my community. The academic who drew the IPSR map has a great blog post from last week. I'd encourage you to check it out. It's called The Partisan Fairness and Minority Representation. In it, he says that as long as you stay within the 7 districts struck down by the court, the most a hypothetical pro-GOP gerrymander could attain is to gain 1 seat, and includes an illustration of that 1 seat. It's a district that puts the gross points with St. Clair Shores. If I were you, I'd try to avoid doing the same thing that a partisan gerrymander would do. Thank you. Again, thank you so much for your hard work and for listening to me. Have a great day.
Looks like Mr. Reese has resolved his technical issues, so we'll go to him for a second public comment at this time.
Can you hear me at this point?
Yes, we can.
Once again, thank you for your time. The more that I have been listening to the commentary, the more that I am slightly concerned that some issues of packing may be creeping their way into the commission's work if we are not careful to assign equal merit to all 5 of the rubrics for partisan fairness. I do see that the seat to vote score is very valuable and is important, but it is important that we keep in mind both the lopsided margin and the efficiency testing very carefully. It seems apparent that the commission is making efforts, especially in relation to public commentary, such as from the Dearborn area today, to avoid cracking COIs in the Metro Detroit area, and I ask that this be continued. But we as voters want to ensure that nothing is packed or that parties do not end up with undue influence, and that voters are able to have an equal share of appropriate power with their individual votes. So please keep in mind all 5 of the tests while making your efforts to ensure partisan fairness. Thank you once again.
Next up to provide a second public comment is Anthony Scannell.
Thank you. Yes, once again, tulip no for Southwest Detroit purposes, breaks up that COI, but there's a good thing it does that the other ones don't do, which is it keeps Melvindale with Dearborn, and that's a good COI for tulip. But in general, no, I can't see tulip working. But also, yeah, how do we know you affiliate as the public, or even anyone, the Secretary of State? How do they know that you affiliate with the party you said you did 4 years ago? And why? What does affiliate mean? It doesn't mean anything, really. It could mean something, that maybe you donate to a member of a party, donate members of parties. You've voted in a certain party's primary from time to time, but it doesn't necessarily mean that. And you put in that application 4 or 5 years ago. I don't think. I mean, if your views haven't changed in the last 4 or 5 years, that I don't know. I think people should grow over time and change their ideas, but that speaks to your qualifications as on the commission, that you affiliate with a certain party. So if you changed your party affiliation in 4 years, and I hope any thinking person would, because everyone should be an independent. And then I think your qualifications to sit on this commission would be in question. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. We have 2 more people who wish to speak that are here in person. No? We're completed. Okay. That concludes our public comment. Please feel free to email public comments to the commission at redistricting@michigan.gov or submit public comments on the mapping portal off the commission's website at www.michigan.gov. We appreciate everyone who offers public comment in whatever way they choose and invite you to keep sharing your thoughts.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, my apologies. Commissioner Lett, would you share where you're attending the meeting from, please?
Southfield, Michigan.
Thank you.
Thank you. So next on the agenda is continuing our mapping process by the commission. Without objection, I think we're on Commissioner Kellum finishing up, and Mr. Morgan, you have a hand up.
Yes, I was asked last night to complete the map that Commissioner Wagner and Commissioner Eid had worked on. So I have done that. If you'd like me to show that, I did not upload that last night because I wanted the commission to see that before uploading.
Okay. Are you okay with that, Commissioner Kellum?
I'm totally fine with that because I think I was taking Commissioner Weiss's turn.
Yeah.
anyway. That's
Okay,
fine.
great. Then we'll have Mr. Morgan show us that first, and Commissioner Wagner can jump in.
Okay, so if my screen is showing, all right. So what I have here is this is the map that we've been referring to as Daisy 2. It's labeled number 6 from yesterday. And so the normal district boundaries are themed, as we're familiar with in the Audubon software. The blue lines are basically the state of the districts before the adjustments were made. And we had been working on these adjustments with Commissioner Wagner. So I just want to point out that Commissioner Wagner had done something more or less like this, which is following the Detroit neighborhoods, because we had moved population from 8 into from 8 into 1, and then we had to move population from 1 into 11, and then we were working over here in the Englishtown area where we had to move population from 11 into 12, and then this here to equalize the population between 10 and 12. I took 3 precincts here in, I believe, Roseville. Or sorry, East Point, I'm sorry, into 10. So that equalizes the population. However, one thing that was not discussed, I wanted to point out, was District 7, when Commissioner E drew that, it was actually, I believe, overpopulated 4%. So I did make one adjustment here, which brings District 7 into population alignment. And that was something that was not publicly discussed, but I believe in the spirit of Commissioner Eads drafting instructions, this would be something that he had asked me to do to rectify the population. So otherwise, this map does what the commission asked me to do. And I also will point out, as we've discussed before, sometimes there are small errors or unassigned populations. So I'm circling this in District 7. So there was a 0 population block on the border between the 2 counties that I accounted for. And similarly in District 8, another 0 population block. So again, following the neighborhoods as requested and moving the population around. Now this plan is equalized in population as directed.
Thank you for the explanation, Mr. Morgan. Commissioner Eid, do you want to okay that change he made or discuss it?
Yeah, looks good to me. Thank you, John. Yeah, we could count on you.
Okay, thank you.
And Commissioner Wagner, do you want to discuss this map?
No, I just wanted to see the population, and are we going to be running partisan fairness and all that good stuff on it later, please?
Yes, I can do that.
Would you like to do that now, Commissioner Wagner?
That would be wonderful. Is this going to remain its name, John? Version 682, are we renaming it to today's date with?
That's as you direct. At this point, like I said, I completed this last night, and so it has, let's say, a slot from yesterday. It was incomplete yesterday, so if you want to rename it and give it today's date, we can do that, or we can leave it as a finished map that was principally drafted yesterday.
Let's go ahead and give it today's date since you reworked all the population for us, and leave it as Daisy 2, I guess. And if you could run those scores for us, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Grace.
If I could add one thing, I believe there was discussion yesterday with Commissioner Lett talking about adding an FC or something like that at the end of the name to know the map has been fixed. In essence, that the similar small things that John has been talking about.
Okay. Does anyone have a comment about that? Should we do that? Commissioner Lett?
Yeah, I just suggested that yesterday so that if we're done with the map, that can be the final copy, FC, all done. So I think that's probably a decent idea to go forward with that, so we don't keep coming back and back and back and back.
Okay. Then we will do that.
Yeah. All right, I have John do that. Yeah.
Okay, so I will rename this map as we discussed.
Thank you.
Okay, that portion is completed.
So can you run the partisan fairness right now?
Yes. Okay, the partisan fairness report is here. Would you like me to read through the top line numbers? Okay. So the lopsided margins number on this is 5.4 for Republican. The mean median is 2.4 for Republican. The efficiency gap is 3.1 for Republican, and the seats vote ratio is 1.7 towards the Democrats, and the count of seats is 60 to 50.
Is that almost identical to what the Hickory plan does now?
This is similar to other plans that you've drafted in this recent process. And Mr. Brace is going to add that to the spreadsheet, I believe.
Okay, Mr. Brace.
Yes, we have updated, thank God for Megan. Her eyesight is better than mine in the early morning hours. And we have updated that summary spreadsheet that we were doing and showing. We'll add these to them certainly, but we're getting those up pretty quickly, and we'll have something. I believe I sent it to Edward already so that he can send them to you. The summary sheet that Megan had updated.
Yeah, thank you.
Madam Chairperson.
Yes, Mr. Woods.
I just need to have some clarity. Mr. Brace, can you please share your comment about what I was shared or what was shared?
Yes, I sent to you, or Megan had sent to, I believe, you and I, the updated spreadsheet this morning with the 6 plans that were done yesterday. So that
Right.
partisan fairness summary chart has been updated.
Right, and that's thanks to Megan Shaw, right, for MDOS.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Right.
Thank
Okay,
you,
good. Just want to
Megan.
make sure. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Commissioner Wagner, do you have something else with that plan?
Nope, I was just going to say if it's completed, we've run the scores on it. Let's just go ahead and put it on the list as a completed map and move on. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, then Commissioner Kelp, I believe it's up to you.
Okay.
Mr. Markin?
Yes, I was able to bring across the plan that you requested from yesterday. Ryan from EDS was able to get that shape file. So I have that to use as an overlay that was sent last night.
What plan is this? What did you have brought over?
Remember yesterday, I wanted the overlay that would make the changes more easily to the Royal Oak Township, that area, but I know that we don't have time to create another overlay. I wanted to use a more that first overlay, what I was going to do is keep the areas where I restricted it more to Detroit. However, there's an updated overlay that's a shape file that we won't have time to convert more easily this morning. So what I'm going to attempt to do, I'm not going to use the overlay, but I'm going to use the cross streets, which will require me to zoom in and out on my laptop to try and make these changes. So bear with me. So we can pull up the Spirit of Detroit map.
Commissioner Callum, I'm just curious, what is the overlay you're putting on?
I'm not using an overlay, Commissioner Zatella.
Oh, I thought you were just referencing an overlay. I'm sorry, I must have misunderstood.
Yeah, so I was saying that I was going to use the overlay that was created, but I explained that I'm going to eyeball the changes. I'm not going to use an overlay.
Okay, but what was the overlay you were going to use?
Yesterday I explained we've been getting the same comment and not just in this round of public comments, but we've been hearing about the urgency to merge the communities of interest that would entail crossing 8 Mile, so that we're pulling parts of Royal Oak Township to keep that whole.
Okay, understood.
Okay, great.
Commissioner Cullum, I can bring the Spirit of Detroit map that you had designated yesterday and then show the overlay that I did download if you want to see that.
Right. Yeah, I don't need that. I don't think that I'll need the other overlay. I just would like to use the Spirit of Detroit. The other version that has Spirit _ we can, in my view, we can get rid of that copy because I think Water Lily is the one that changes the Lakeshore District to what Commissioner Orton worked on. So I don't remember what the copy of Spirit _ of Detroit is.
Sorry, so on my screen, it says the copy of the Spirit of Detroit. And what I did is I renamed it. So this one up here that does not have the underscores is the same thing.
Okay.
So yeah, it's the same.
I was just making sure we didn't have like 1,000 versions for the public. I'm trying to just limit my map to Water Lily and then Spirit of Detroit, 2 things. That's ideally what I'm getting at. Okay, so we can pull up Spirit of Detroit. I don't know where I want to start.
Okay, so you want me to turn this overlay off? This is the Tiger Lily overlay.
Correct, you can turn that off. No. I'm only working on the spirit of Detroit. I'm trying to work on making this defined. This is not Lily. There is no, I think there's only Water Lily and now Spirit of Detroit.
Okay, and for drawing purposes, do you want the Detroit neighborhoods on the map at this time or not?
Yes, that's fine, but I think I'm gonna end up working at the street level.
Okay.
Okay. Is there a way to move the active matrix over? Because I think it's right in front of a district that I need to look at. So I'm gonna start with, yes.
I'm sorry. So even though the name is the same, I think we probably should copy it and save it with today's date because we are going to make changes to it. Is that acceptable? That would be what we normally do.
Sure, but I want to get rid of, I don't want to throw it in copy.
I understand. It's just this is part of the process that
Okay.
we've been doing. So it'll be this map, but you are about to make changes to it. So that's
Correct.
all. They'll just change the date. My apologies for not setting that up immediately. Okay, I saved this as a new plan. It's a copy of what the Spirit of Detroit from yesterday, and it's ready to go.
Okay, so I am going to start at the district next to East Point. So I believe that I will be starting in District 11 because the Lakeshore 10 and 12 are going to be unchanged. But 11 will change, which will also add edits to the Roseville area center line. So I'm thinking that the best way to do this is to change 11 first and then shift things up. I'm going to use street names. I think that for the commission and then for just in general, people that are listening and watching, a lot of Detroiters don't know what communities of interest are, but they identify with their own streets and neighborhoods. So even if we were to create a community of interest in quotations for Detroiters, people that live and are fond of Detroit, what they identify with is their neighborhood and their street names and cross streets. Those are the things that have history. So, and we're talking about people and not whole communities. So I'm going to do my best to use street names so that we can better keep track of how we're drawing, and so that if folks are watching, it is more meaningful to them. Okay, so for District 11, the eastern, what do I want to say? The northeastern part of District 11 should cut off at Beechwood Avenue, which is by the northern part of East Point. So it caps at 10 Mile, goes south to Hayes, then cuts over and goes south to Beechwood, if that makes sense. So it's going to cross 8 Mile. So I'm going to be moving into 14. So that's 9 miles. So 10 Mile is north. So you're going to stop District 11 at 10 Mile.
Okay, so here's 10 Mile here, and then I don't see, I think, is this Beechwood?
So it's a little corner, Shaner, that's Shaner. So it's gonna literally be that little 90-degree angle. So a piece of 10 Mile going east and west, and then north and south, you're gonna, so I'm sorry, 10 Mile going east and west, then it goes up to Frazo Road. That's Frazo, yep.
This
So-
is Frazo here?
No, I think that's Shaner.
Okay,
So that is that 9 Mile or 10 Mile?
this is 10 Mile.
10 Mile, okay. Then it goes over to Shaner, up to Frazo, north to Frazo. So scroll up. Frazo, okay. And then go west, and we're looking for Hoover. Hoover, okay. So that is where that little part of District 11 is going to stop, like carving out that little chunk.
Okay, so this is Frazo, this is Hoover, so you want that included in District 11?
Yes, and that little green part to the right. Yes, all of that in District 11.
And then going south?
Yes. But only to Stevens Drive. I don't know the best way to describe this. Thank you, John.
So is this, all of this would be included in 11?
Yes.
Okay, so let me assign that first and then see if there's something else that you want to assign.
Okay, we're gonna go back up north. And Stevens should be west of what we've drawn, Stevens Drive, and I don't think it's go north. Is it Stevens Road on this map? That's what it looks like instead of drive.
Yeah, this is Stevens Road. It's east-west.
Okay. I just want to be sure. Can you go north a little bit more just to make sure it's drawing accurately.
So this is 10 Mile again
Okay.
here.
It's south of 10 Mile. Stevens
It's just,
Drive
it's the
is.
first big street
Yes,
south of 10
Stevens
Mile.
Road is right here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep, that's correct then. So you're gonna take some of Stevens Drive or Stevens Road, excuse me.
So you want potentially this area going south into 11?
Yes. And then,
So assign that first?
yes, please.
Okay.
So you're going from Stevens to Van Dyke. Van Dyke goes north and south. It runs perpendicular to Stevens Drive, Van Dyke Avenue.
Okay, this is it, I believe.
Yes, but not, yep,
Up to Stevens.
yes.
Okay, this is following the voting precincts, so I can select that and.
Yes. And that blue line is that Wood Avenue. Yep, you're gonna take Wood Avenue all the way over to, I think where it cuts up north. Let's see what this is. Is it selected or?
Sorry, this one is selected and you said, do you want more? to
Oh,
go
yes,
south?
sorry. I thought you were, I was waiting for you to, okay. So yep, that is how it goes. Up to Rinky, down south, south down Mound, and then over to Stevens Drive again, or Stevens Road, excuse me. And then it caps at Bart. Then goes south to 9 Mile.
Okay, so I added 2 precincts here, and then you want to continue to the west here.
I'm sorry, let me go back. What did I say? South Mound, and then left or west Stevens Drive. So it goes south down Mound, and then left for Stevens.
Does it cross Mount? Stevens is up here, so does it cross Stevens and go up here to what is that? I can't see what that is.
Ryan?
Yeah, Ryan.
Let me see. Sorry, I lost track. So it goes to Rinky Avenue. It goes south down Mound, but it stops at Stevens Road.
Okay, so you want to go up to Mound and not.
Yes,
to
you
the
can
west?
select all of that. Is it? Go. We're both going. So select all of that, John. Yes, and then you see where Stevens Road is by, I don't know, like the Lego, like a chimney shape. It's west of the area that you're about to assign, but you'll have to go north. You're going to select all of that as well. You're going to have to go back up to Stevens. Right there. I think, yep, that
Okay, and you want this not in District 11?
I do want that in District 11.
Okay, so it's already in.
Okay, and then you're gonna keep selecting, going west, select that portion of Stevens Road, all the way to Ryan. And then you're gonna fill everything south, everything below what is assigned until 9 Mile Road.
So this follows the voting precincts. I don't know if that works or if you need to cut off these.
That's fine. I'm just chunking it because we're gonna keep moving west. You're gonna extend that section to the Quinder that you've just drawn. Yes. Stevens Drive, south down Ryan, west down 9 Mile Road, south down the Quinder, and south down the Quinder to 8 Mile Road.
So here's DeQuinder to 9 Mile and then Ryan to Stevens. Just the boundary basically.
Yes.
Okay.
And then you're going to come down to 8 Mile and select the diagonal that is Fayette Street or Fayette.
Okay, so these areas here into 11.
Yes, I probably should have unassigned some areas before this gets muddy, but we're gonna keep going. You're crossing West State Fair.
Does that all that would go in? This is if this is Fayette here.
Yeah, if I didn't want to keep it too busy, but if the neighborhoods were up, it would be Nolan, Butler.
Yeah, the neighborhoods are up. I put the names on. One sec.
Bless you. Okay.
Okay, so Nolan is
Nolan is in there as well.
It is in.
It is. It is
Okay.
assigned to 11. The entirety of Nolan. No, you were fine because that's selected as well. But Hawthorne Park and Greenville Park. Cadillac Heights, Northeast Central, Conant Gardens, Crans Woods. It stops at McNichols basically, or 6 Mile.
Okay, so you said yes to Greenfield Park.
Yes,
Okay, and then at some point you'll take Hamtramck and some of the southern portions. out.
yes.
Okay,
I don't know if you have any suggestions, if it's better to unassign it right now or just to,
it would be probably better to assign it directly into the district you wanted to go into. If you unassign it, then it's just an additional step.
okay. Let me finish with District 11 first. So it goes down or, McNichols, then it caps at Hoover Street, running north and south, which is around the Von Steuben neighborhood. You have to go south. I think it's right on the other side of Mount Olivet. Is that on the map here? Yeah, it is. So go east to Mount Olivet. It's on the other side of Grant. And
So Mount Olivet is in and then Von Steuben is out?
exactly.
Okay, and what district would that go into?
And 12, 11.
Probably 12.
No, because 12 stays the same how it is. So we'd end up maybe making, we can't like add more numbers right now. I think maybe just unassign it possibly.
Sure.
Yeah. Around Von Steuben, everything, Von Steuben is not assigned.
Just a second.
Okay.
Quick technical conference.
Okay, that's fine. Down to Eastwood.
Okay, we got it.
Thank you. And then also unassign that area by Franklin. It kind of that in that little chunk that's left out in the upper left by the red line. Nope, not that. Nope. How do I want to describe that?
This area of Franklin or north?
That area of Franklin, and then the northern part of the word Franklin, there's a little
So unassigned the rest of Franklin neighborhood.
no, not the rest of Franklin. It's Eastwood Street is right there, and then what street is that? Reno Street. Okay, so that is how it is. Sorry, I just had to be sure. That's correct.
Okay, so leave this as is.
Leave it as is. That's correct.
Okay, so
Yep.
this area is in 11 and then this area would not be in 11?
Correct.
Okay.
I think that dividing line, I think that street on the diagonal is Gratiot.
Yeah, I believe
So you're gonna unassign all the way down to where it's already gonna do that, but Houston Whittier, which is right at the north part of Eden Gardens, you're just etching out that area.
Is Mount Olivet in 11 or out?
It's in 11.
Okay, so the dividing line is here at the edge of Mount Olivet.
Correct. Hoover Street, to be sure.
No, that's not Hoover Street.
Okay, well, the
So
dividing
you
line
want
is Hoover.
Hoover Street, okay.
Mhm.
All right, so that will split the neighborhood, but that
That's
is Hoover
fine.
Street, okay. Okay, and then presumably some of the southern portion gets unassigned or assigned to a different district.
Yes, the airport sub is unassigned. All the way down to Edsel Ford Freeway, which is
Okay, and this area here that's still in 11, you would like that unassigned as well?
correct.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna save the plan here for just a second.
Yes, please, because it keeps winking at us.
Yep. No, I locked 9. So right now I'm still unassigning 11.
Okay.
Okay, so we unassigned that area. And then would you like to continue unassigning in this area here, including Hamtramck? Or do you know where Hamtramck will go?
Give me 1 second. Yeah, Hamtramck is gonna go inside of that unassigned area. So that area extends across 6 Mile just as it is, and then comes down Thompson Street on its westernmost border, right next to Pilgrim Village. So the cap of it, going north is 6 Mile or West McNichols Road. And it goes on the diagonal south down Thompson Street. Mm-hmm.
Now, I did take a small piece of 8 out. Since you will be making changes in this area, I think that's okay, but if not, I can add it back to 8 right now.
Wait a minute, where am I? Okay. North End, North Industrial. It's fine for right now. I'm
Okay.
not gonna cry too badly.
Okay, I'll zoom out so you can see where we are.
Okay.
So 11 is on the money on population. If we can look again at the border, you said it was McNichols is the border.
McNichols, then it goes south down Thompson Street.
Okay, I have to find Thompson Street.
Yeah, you have to like zoom all the way in because it is.
Here's Davidson.
I think it's that Brittany, you didn't say one word. Just using all my brain cells right now. Hamilton. Oakland Avenue.
So Greenfield Park is in 11.
Yes. And then if you keep that little end edge right next to it is at the top. at the top northwest corner of this unassigned district, that's what I'm gonna call it for right now, Martin Park is there. But that street that extends south is Thompson Street. I think I want to say, so it goes a little past where Greenfield Park is. Can you zoom in beneath Greenfield Park? When I say beneath, I mean south. To 6 Mile. Okay, and then go west, please. And then go south. I can't find the street. Okay, I'm sorry, go west again. I saw Hamilton. I think we still need to go west. That's north. Go. Okay, right there where it's Detroit Golf, that little corner. That needs to be unassigned. That tip part of the tip of 8 needs to be unassigned, that area.
Like that.
You zoom back up. Yeah. Yes, but keep going. You see where Martin Park and Pilgrim Village, so that strip needs to be unassigned. Right? No, not in Martin Park. Yeah. Oh. That section is right against the neighborhood boundary. That is unassigned. Yep. And you can unassign that area all the way until.
So I think this is Highland Park, so
Yes,
I'll
it
just
is.
unassign the whole township.
Mhm.
Okay, that'll take care of that. Because that's gonna go with Hamtramck in a district.
The gateway community is split anyway, in the way that you have it, so that's fine. What needs to be included in this unassigned area is Claremont Street. So Virginia Park is unassigned, West Virginia Park, LaSalle Gardens.
Okay, hold on a second.
Yes, okay.
Okay, so Virginia Park is unassigned. You said you wanted LaSalle Gardens
Yes,
unassigned as
there's
well?
still a little part of Virginia Park that you have assigned,
Yeah.
but LaSalle Gardens is also unassigned. And then after you unassign those areas in LaSalle, if you could move the active matrix, because I'm going to have you unassign a part of the area in Wildemere Park. So if we find, I think it's a precinct that gets unassigned, Columbus Street. Yeah. So everything west of Columbus Street, but up until Dexter gets unassigned. So Columbus, it is, if I'm going from, down Lothrop, Northwestern, what is that? Hagarth, Whitney, and there's Columbus Street. That precinct that's to the left of Columbus Street gets unassigned. That gets put into one for right now. Well, that whole chunk, it's unassigned and put into one. Below that yellow line, I'm sorry. Nope, below
Okay.
Columbus Street.
Okay, so that,
Mhm.
not that.
Not that, correct.
So all of this area will go into one for now?
No, all of that area will get unassigned. I'm sorry. That, yes, those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, those 5 blocks that you assigned one to one. You assign one of them into Petoskey, Stego, but the 4 beneath go into one as well, correct?
Okay.
Okay, and then the rest of Wildemere Park is unassigned. You can unassign all of that because it gets unassigned all the way up until Joy Road, which is north of where we are right now.
So the software won't let me select multiple units to unassign.
Oh, no, that's fine. I was just,
Yeah.
yeah, I
If
was just
we,
telling you.
if we go directly into a district, it will allow me to.
It will let you do it.
It will,
Yeah.
if we
Oh,
go
okay.
directly into a district, but not to unassign.
Okay.
Okay, so Jameson would be
Gets
unassigned.
unassigned,
Okay,
correct.
Roger.
And then that little piece of Claremont Street gets unassigned as well. Yes. Not above Claremont, just below. I don't know, because it splits it.
So we'll go back to where we were then.
Oh, did I tell you the wrong thing? My apologies, John.
Well,
I'm sorry.
what's happened here is that the red line neighborhood splits a census block.
Okay.
So if we keep the boundary as Claremont, it will keep that very small neighborhood intact.
Okay.
Okay, so there is some territory in between Virginia Parkway and the other unassigned area that's still assigned to 8. Would that become unassigned as well?
So there's a part of New Center that is unassigned. Let me. What is that? New Center Commons, Virginia Park, Piety Hill. I think that gets unassigned. Zoom. All right. Garden Park. Okay, so Stewart Street, is the cap. Right, Park Avenue. LaSalle Gardens is unassigned. Henry Ford area is unassigned right next door. It's not labeled. Piety Hill is unassigned. Hi, Commissioner Curry. Unassigned Piety Hill, and then, but you're unassigning it, and if you zoom in, it kind of chunks out. I'm It's a little odd shape that I need to unassign. It's the area that goes from Seward, which is behind Henry Ford Hospital, and then goes to West Grand Boulevard around Hotel St. Regis.
So here's the Henry Ford Hospital, and so you want this area
Yes.
unassigned.
Right there. So everything that is north of Seward gets unassigned.
Okay, so the balance will go to a different district.
Yes.
Okay.
And I think that neighborhood boundary is second. I hope that it is that red line to the right of 8. Because that'll work out nicely. I think it is. I think. Yep, that gets unassigned. That gets unassigned. Ooh. I think Milwaukee will. I'll say that after you finish this part. Let's go into John R.
Okay, and this new center commons would be unassigned as well?
No, that's fine the way that you have it. Just that little area to the right of New Center Commons that needs to be unassigned.
Okay. So would this be in 8 or in 9 or?
That's
some
in
district?
9 for right now.
Okay, let me unlock
It's
9.
gonna stay in there. And then the rest of Milwaukee Junction, that needs to go into 9 too. I inadvertently got rid of that. Did it by mistake. Can you assign Milwaukee Junction and Medbury Park to 9, please?
Yes.
Center. That's for. I don't know if that's right. I'll come back to that in a minute. Okay, so that area that we just finished drawing by New Center. We have West Grand Boulevard, we have, oh, you're fixing that. Grand Boulevard, North End. Come across 94. Goes along 94. I'm at the bottom of that unassigned piece on the other side of New Center. Nope, not that, the other side. Going, yep. I want to make sure I told you the right thing for unassigned, for assigning that to 8. It goes around 94, which is at the top of Gratiot Town, Kettering, and then hooks around, that's Duncan Street, McClellan to East Warren at the bottom of West End. I see that. Oh, okay. That is what is happening. So West End is, there's a piece of West End that needs to be that unassigned. Yep, unassign everything up until East Warren. There it is. Yep, there's that little faint yellow line that cuts across the words of Gratiot. It cuts the top of the G off of Gratiot Woods, right underneath the number 9. So yeah, but on the right, on the other side where your cursor just was. Yep. So everything in that area and above gets unassigned. Only until McKellen. Yep, that's the McKellen. You're doing it correctly. Sorry, John. Have to have more faith. It's me. It's me. It's not you.
I'm listening.
Okay. Can we go to the top of that little piece? It does something a little funny. It keeps on McKellen, but then it curves, it takes the curve. Yep, you got it. Can I see the left of that area? I want to make sure that, okay, it goes to McKellen, go west down 94. Let me see something, please. Yep, keep going until Harper Avenue is what I'm looking for. Harper and Crane Street. Did we pass Crane? There it is. So that stops at Crane. District 9 needs to stop at Crane. Crane and 94. Yep, chunk that out for me. Unassign that. Oh no. No, wait, reassign that. I think we went too far. Oh no. So it's everything above. How do I want to describe this? Crane and Harper.
Is Crane the boundary?
Okay, but that area that's beneath. So if 94 is, where's Harper? Crane. And Harper runs perpendicular. Crane is there. Can you assign that for into 9 for right now?
These back into 9?
Yes, please.
Okay.
So 94 is the base of the cutout. So we need to go northwest. So go up. After that assigns to 9. Okay, now scroll up, please. There it is. There's Harper. So you see how Harper and Crane run. Crane is there, yep, and then Harper is running perpendicular, yes. So that little area, yes, that whole little, yes, needs to be assigned to 9. Okay, can you zoom out? I need to see where Chandler Park stops, yep. Okay. All right. Phew. Okay. Did 11. We got that chunk out. And I think the best thing to do would be 9 is fine. That area will get assigned to something. 10, 12 are fine. 11 is fine. Let me work on 8. Dun, 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 dun.
Okay, before we do this, since we did a lot of changes in 11, I might want to run a contiguity check to
Okay.
see if there's some piece of 11 that we
Okay.
missed. Is that okay?
That sounds
all right.
fine.
And we may not fix all of these things now, but I'm just looking for 11.
Okay.
Okay, so 11 does not show any holes. There are holes in 8 and it'll zoom. So that's a section of 8 and that's a little piece of 8. So that's an example where I should unassign that or put that in 9, which I'll
Thank you,
do.
John. If you could unassign that and put it into 9, that would be
Yep.
great.
And then we've got the water issue, which we usually deal with the water issue later.
Pardon me, say the
Oh,
last
sorry,
part.
the water. So here's Belle Isle.
Yes.
Which obviously at this point you want to, it is included with 9, but
Correct.
the water blocks are not. So we would go back in and assign those
Okay.
to
Yes.
9, which I'll do later.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, can you zoom out on, so I can see 8 more clearly, please? You can take the neighborhoods down for right now.
I'm with you.
Thank you. Okay. So I'm gonna start with. Ooh. I'm gonna start with, yes, Commissioner E. Well, through the chair to Commissioner E.
Go
Yeah,
ahead. I didn't see your hand.
May I assist you, Commissioner Kellum?
you can if you're drawing what I'm drawing. Yes,
You're trying to do the Tiger Lily plan on top of
the
this. morning
updated,
list.
yep.
Okay, can I
Mhm.
help you?
What'd you
Is that
say? Sure, sure. Teamwork makes the what work? Dream work.
Dream work, let's go. All right. Can you go north?
That's where I was gonna start, 10 Mile.
No,
No?
more north. More north.
Oh.
Up to District 6. Yep, you see that part of Royal Oak? The city of Royal Oak, not the township of Royal Oak. Assign that to 6. It is currently in 7.
Is this the area or?
No,
it's
no,
further
that
north?
So there's a Royal, so the top one is the city of Royal Oak. The
Right,
bottom one is the
is the
township
township.
of Royal Oak.
Okay. That
So,
piece that goes in next to
yes.
Berkeley. Yep.
So this area up here,
in 6.
the entire town,
Yes.
quote unquote, city,
Right.
got it.
Okay, right below that, the city of Ferndale.
Sorry, did I assign too much?
Yeah,
Okay, let me undo that because I think it might have been split.
yeah, you went into 56,
Right.
which isn't changing here.
All right, so we'll just do this by voting precinct.
Yeah, precinct should work. Okay, the city directly below that, the city of Ferndale, that you're hovering over right there. Let's take those precincts and put them into 8.
Okay, this one might be part of Royal Oak, or it might be something else.
Yeah, we're gonna put it in 8.
Okay. Like this,
Yes,
and this as well? Maybe, maybe not.
no, leave that out for now.
Okay.
Okay, to the left of that, the city of Oak Park. Yep, so that square plus what is plus that exactly, which is the township of Royal Oak that we're talking about. Add all of that into 5.
Okay, and you're gonna take a couple more precincts to the left and north and put them into 5 as well. So
From 18 or from something
from
else?
6.
From 6, so here.
Yep, there. And the one north of it until you get to Berkeley.
Until we get to what?
Berkeley. Okay, so 6 is complete. Now we are going to work on 7. So basically, you're just going to merge 7 and 14. Just name it 14. Yep, you got it. And just keep going south.
Hazel Park too?
Yep. Commissioner Kellum already did 11, right?
Yeah, 11
Okay.
is done.
Is good, perfect.
Okay, so it's possible that I might have taken something out of some other district, but I don't think so, but it is over at the moment.
Yes, can you zoom in on the precincts in between 8 and 14? Yep, those 2 districts right there. Put them into District 8.
Got it. I knew there was something up.
It's all right. That's what happens when you're working with precincts.
Yeah. Yeah, whoever drafted this map obviously wouldn't have left it at that.
Yeah, and the
At
numbers
14.
might be different slightly between different programs.
Okay, except that has to go into 8, not 14.
Yes, 8.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so now 6 is good and 14 is good. Now let's work on 8. Actually, scratch that. Let's work on 7. What's the one to the left of 8? 5?
Yeah, 5.
Okay, let's look at 5. 5 right now is probably what, overpopulated? Yep.
Yeah, it's a third over, so you have to take the southern end
Okay.
off.
Add the neighborhoods, please.
Yep.
Okay, so 5 is going to contain Greenfield, College Park, Winship, Schultz, Bagley, and Harmony Village. Whatever is under that road, you can put into whatever district we just eliminated, which I think was 7.
7. So Hubble goes into 7.
Yes.
Okay.
Actually below Hubble, sorry.
Belmont. So Hubble
Belmont.
goes in 5.
Yeah, Hubble goes in 5. So does St. Mary. No, I'm sorry. St. Mary goes.
I'm just
7.
gonna
Yeah.
lock 16.
Wow.
Okay, so you said St. Mary's is in 5 or is in 7?
No, 7.
Okay, got it.
All of those neighborhoods that are currently in 5 that you're highlighting currently. Yeah, we can put those in 7. The line is between Whiplash, Schultz, and Bagley. So anything, excuse me, anything under that line can put into 7. And that's McNichols Road.
Harmony Village as well? I thought that was in 5.
Yeah, we'll have to look at that later. For now, you can keep it in 5. Let's give broad strokes for now, and then we can work out the details in a minute. But Fitzgerald and Marygrove will be in 7. Yeah, so you can add that to your selection.
Yep, Chalfont too.
And that should just about make 5 okay.
Sorry, you Chalfont also?
Yes, in 7.
Okay.
And we're kind of just using 7 right now as a placeholder, to be clear. Can you go to the west end of 5?
Let me
Yeah,
change
17 and
17.
5 look pretty similar right now. Okay. 5 is it's a little high, but it's about good. Let's see, and it goes up. Can you? Yeah, that's about right. Okay, so now let's look at 8. So 8 is going to take Ferndale, which is north. You already have it assigned in 8. It's going to include all the neighborhoods you have included. Is 11 right now okay on deviation?
Yes.
It is, okay. And all right, so and then you're going to go south. You're not going to include Highland Park.
None of the cutout area.
Yep. And okay, so what we just assigned to yeah, can you zoom in a little bit? Okay, the neighborhoods of Fitzgerald, Marygrove. Yep. South into Schoolcraft and Littlefinger.
So this is from 4 then at this point?
Yeah, we're gonna take from 4 and 7 and put it into 8.
Okay, just a second.
We are approaching our lunch break time. So when you get to a good stopping point, you can let me know.
We're almost there. I see what Commissioner Edith just drawing the back end of 8 essentially.
Yeah, I was trying to get us out of
Yeah.
it before lunch.
I knew I had to carve out that area to make everything else make sense.
I
So
see what you're doing.
I know that was tedious. Thank you, commissioners, and the public for bearing with me.
Yep, and keep going down. Schoolcraft, Littlefinger, Narden Park. Yep, and so assign those and also assign Narden Park. Oh, but they're going into 8, not 7.
Yep.
Yep.
So then potentially it'll move up into Bethune, St. Mary's into 4.
Yeah, that's gonna go down into 4. Yeah, next after we finish the population on 8. And just add Narden Park into 8 as well. Okay, now slightly to the west of Fitzgerald, do you see? Let's see. Yeah, so Fitzgerald, Marygrove. Not Harmony Village, but the neighborhood to the south of that. Yep, that one. Grand River and Happy Homes and Northwest, those also go into 8, and that should complete 8.
All of Happy Homes doesn't come up.
Okay, it looks like, is it angled on the template map you're looking at, or is it north-south for Harmony Village?
I believe Harmony Village is split slightly, so
So is it north-south potentially?
I'm sorry. Harmony Village extends south into Puritan. That could be correct. How you have it, let me see.
Okay, so you
Oh,
you
wait.
just need Northwest and Happy Homes.
Okay. Northwest community is included in 8 up until Myers Road. Myers is the western point of Northwest community that's into 8. So it's not the
All right, well, that completes 8 pretty much. So that might be a good time to break.
Yeah. Happy Homes isn't intake, but
Sorry, Happy Homes is which?
it's not into it does not go into 8.
Does it go into 4?
Yes.
Okay.
So what, there are 3 more when we get back, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, so without objection, we will now recess for our lunch break. Hearing no objections, we will recess until 1 o'clock. Will the secretary please take the roll?
Certainly, Madam Chair. When I call your names, Commissioner, please say present. If your location has changed from this morning, please share that information. Commissioner Andrade?
Present.
Commissioner Callahan?
Present.
Commissioner Curry? Commissioner Eid?
Present.
Commissioner Kellum?
Present.
Commissioner Lang?
Present.
Commissioner Lett?
Present.
Commissioner Muldoon?
Present.
Commissioner Orton?
Present.
Commissioner Zatella?
Present.
Commissioner Vallette?
Present.
Commissioner Wagner?
Present.
Commissioner Weiss?
Present.
I'm going to go back to Commissioner Curry. Madam Chair, you have 12 commissioners present. You have a quorum.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We have had a request to move the executive director report up in the schedule. So unless there is any objection, we will do that now. Seeing no objection, please proceed, Mr. Woods.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairperson, and good afternoon, commissioners. I have a couple things to report. The first will be the notice to vacate proceedings. And I know that Nate Fink, our local counsel, Mr. Fink, is on to go over it. He did take into consideration two suggestions, one provided by Commissioner Zatella and the other provided by Commissioner Callahan. And you will see those when he presents them as relates to the document that you saw on Tuesday. Without further ado, thank you so much for being with us, Mr. Fink.
Thank you, Director Woods. So we had the discussion on, we presented this a week ago, and then we had a discussion on Tuesday. And I can, it would be helpful, I can share my screen to show the slight modifications that I made in response to some of the feedback that was received. Just give me one moment. Okay, so I just sent this to Edward like a few seconds ago, really, so he can share this with everybody. But the only changes, and the version that will be emailed includes a red line of it. But the only changes that I made to my original memo, or my firm's original memo that we sent a week ago, we did not make any changes to the proposed additional subsection regarding the vote that would require the majority vote before proceeding to the actual special meeting on the notice. We did not make any changes to our recommended language in this section. We did make a couple of what I think are minor changes in the notice to vacate meeting procedure proposal, specifically in subsection B of that section. Commissioner Zatella and Commissioner Lang had recommended that, or had proposed making an issue highlighting it, but adding this, it's not the entire thing, but this section here that reads, if applicable, this is regarding the presentation of the notice at the special meeting. If applicable, the initiating party's counsel may present the notice in lieu of the initiating party or parties. So as I had indicated during our discussion on Tuesday, I didn't really see a problem with that, so I've included that provision here. And then in the question and answer period section, during our, I think it was actually when I initially made the presentation, Commissioner Callahan raised the question of whether the questions and answers should be limited to the discussion or the issues raised in the written submissions. And I think appropriately said, perhaps there might be issues that would come up during the presentation of the notice or the presentation of the response to the notice during the actual special meeting. And so that perhaps it shouldn't be limited to just what's in the written submission. So I took that the limitation, the qualifying language out that would limit it to the written submissions, and instead it just reads questions and answers should be germane to the proceedings, and then the parliamentarian can, determine the extent to which certain things may, veer outside of that. But we made that change, and at this point, I would recommend that the commission move to adopt these changes to the rules of procedure.
I would make that motion.
Second it.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to adopt these procedures. Is there any discussion on the motion?
By the way, I apologize if I may. I see that Commissioner Callahan, it looks like she was zooming in, but it was saying connecting to audio on the Zoom here, and now it looks like she's there. So I just wanted to make sure that was noted.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Commissioner Zatella.
Yeah, I would just make the same observation I made earlier in the week that per our legal memo from Baker Hostetler, I don't think reimbursing individuals for legal fees for individual matters is appropriate under the state constitution. Otherwise, I have no comments.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, I would request a roll call vote.
Can you repeat the motion for the record?
Motion to adopt the notice to vacate procedure document presented by Mr. Fink.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commission. The motion before you is the notice to adopt the vacate procedures document presented by Attorney Fink. A yes vote means that you're in approval of the procedures, and a no vote means that you are not, or you may abstain. I will begin with Commissioner Callahan.
Yes.
Commissioner Ede.
I'm going to abstain due to conflict of interest.
Commissioner Kellum.
Yes.
Commissioner Lang.
No.
Commissioner Lett.
Yes.
Commissioner Muldoon.
Yes.
Commissioner Orton.
Yes.
Commissioner Zatella.
No.
Commissioner Vallette.
Yes.
Commissioner Wagner.
No.
Commissioner Weiss.
Yes.
Commissioner Andrade.
Yes.
With a vote of 8 yes to 3 no's and 1 abstention, the motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anything else for your report, Director Woods?
Sure, I want to remind the commissioners that we do have a MICRC virtual town hall meeting. And Commissioner Lang, is there anything you? Commissioner Lang, is there anything you'd like to share? You could do so at this time.
I guess the only thing I want to share is I'm really excited about it. I'm hoping you'll give the commission an update on how many registrations we have so far. It's pretty amazing, and I think we're in for a late night, and I hope everybody, all of the commissioners will be there and help participate in it.
Right, as of right now, we have 234 people registered for the event tonight at 7 o'clock.
Woohoo!
And so just I want to share, we'll start at 7 o'clock. So If you can be inside, that's fine. And that's just those that are registered. It does not include those who will be on YouTube and will chat there, and we'll be monitoring that as well. So look for an email from me a little bit later today to update the run of the show. But I want to encourage those of you who are listening to please join us tonight at 7 o'clock. You do need to register to attend. The meeting's already noticed on our website, and there's an alert. So thanks to the MDOS team for getting that up and going, and for each and every one of the people who are out spreading the word with regards to getting as many people as possible from the city of Detroit residents to participate. That's all I have at this time with regards to my report. If there's any questions, I can take them.
Commissioner Lang.
Yes, I just wanted to stress one more time, thank you to everybody. Thank you to the commissioners that shared the links. Thank you to the community organizers and individual citizens that it was sent out to that helped get the word out. It was short notice. Thank you to Mr. Woods for the work you put in getting it out on such short notice. I think it's an amazing turnout so far, and again, looking forward to it.
That's all you have, Mr. Woods? Okay. Then we will return to our mapping process and turn it back over to Brittany.
Okay, great. What we were in the process of doing is putting we kind of had it as an unassigned area, not unassigned, but like a scrap area of District 7, and we're putting those districts into 4. So I think John is doing that now, and that's what we'll see next. After that, we'll move on to correct the districts, I believe, that are above 8 and 11, which will address Roseville, Centerline, and some other areas, but let me get my laptop.
Okay, I believe we adjusted District 4, 5, 8, and as you said, you were using District 7 as kind of a holding place for some population. I don't know if you want to revisit those boundaries or let them be between 4 and 8.
I'm looking.
It looks like most of Bethune is in District 8. It could be that you wanted all of Bethune in District 8.
So Bethune community is included up until Ardmore Street with a boundary of Linden. So yep, that's correct. And then go south so I can see if that's Linden. Yep, that's correct as well. And then comes down to Meyer, you have that Myers. It's the one time you put the S at the end of my Myers Road. And then spans across Grand River. Yep.
Okay, here Littlefield, and there's a little difference between the neighborhood boundary.
What is that? You can put that in, is that going across Meyer? So that, that little section, if possible, can go into 8, can be assigned into 8.
Okay.
Okay, and can you go north? We're gonna slowly cross 8 miles so I can see what's going on there. So we have University District, Palmer Woods, Grigsdale Farms, Chaldean Town, Sherwood Forest Historic District, Green Acres. We cross 8 Mile. Now we're into Ferndale. So this is the community that we received a lot of comment on, this idea that Palmer Park, Ferndale, Royal Oak Township should be kept whole and put into this area. Royal Oak is more fitting with Birmingham. That's in the district next door. But anyways, I'm just describing that piece. Okay, so and 8 extends district, if I can get it right, 8 extends north, stopping at 10 Mile. Yep.
Yes.
Okay. And that community that your cursor was just on, that's Pleasant Ridge community. It's
Yes.
nestled, yeah, in like off to where you see it within Ferndale, not within Ferndale, but off to the side of Ferndale. It's a strong community as well as by the Detroit Zoo. Okay, so now what's going on with the district above 8? Is 6 is
District
6 is
6.
okay.
Yeah.
That's the one that you worked on, correct, Commissioner E? Yep. Okay. What's next to District 6? 14? 14, okay. Yep. That's, oh, I did that one too. Lunch makes my brain kind of go slow. Help me, guys. So
We still need a District 7 someplace.
yes, that's gonna be the unassigned chunk. Yep.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So you wanted Highland Park and Hamtramck in that District 7?
Yes, please. You have like, what do you have? Like a bright yellow? Because what do we have going on? Like that pale beige color for 8, pink, purple, green. We need a good color. 8 blends in with the map. Sometimes it looks unassigned if I'm not paying attention.
Okay, so this unassigned area goes into
All of
District
the,
7?
yes, all of the unassigned area, I would like to go into 7,
Okay.
please. Commissioners, do you have any other, like, not other, but do you have any questions or comments as this process is happening? A thumbs up, a no, I'm good. Okay, anybody, Commissioner Weiss, Wagner, Commissioner Lang, I almost said Wang. I don't know where that came from. Commissioner Zatella.
It's good to me. Just keep going on with it.
Thank you, Commissioner White, since technically we're still burning on your turn.
That's okay. Keep on burning. Get it done.
Okay, we're progressing. I feel like we need a sports commentator. Break the silence.
What would you like me to say?
I don't know.
And we're crossing over to the GM
Yeah,
Detroit Hamtramck
exactly.
Assembly, Russell Industrial. Right now, near 75 and 94, there's a lot of art that happens there, a lot of activation. The airport sub is now a place where people can get flying lessons, which is really cool. Did you know that? Yeah, I can give it to you if that's what you want.
Yeah, it's fun.
Okay. You can also have a midnight or daytime helicopter ride. This is where you would go. Yeah. Hamtramck sells this great tiger balm that I like.
Can I just ask a technical mapping question while it's silent? While you work, Mr. Morgan? I would have thought if I was doing this, I would lock all the districts around and then just fill in the area. Is there something wrong with that?
Yeah, so Autobound can do that by block, but not by voting precinct. So it should work, but this way can be a little more precise.
Ah, I see.
In other systems, that it will break the it will take care of geography that is partially locked.
Oh,
But this program doesn't do it by default.
I see. Thank you.
Bless you.
All right, almost done with this.
No, you're fine. I'm comfortable with silence. This isn't, doesn't bother me. Handler Park has good recreation and good golfing since you're now mapping in that area or building in that area.
So in this area of Franklin, did we divide this the way you wanted to earlier? I think so.
Let me be sure. I believe so. I think that ended up being correct. Yes, it looks like it goes up on either end until to 7 Mile, coming down to Eastwood Street
Yes,
in the middle. Yep, that's correct. Thank
Okay.
you, John, for checking.
you bet. Okay, so it looks like I got the unassigned area, but if you like, we can run a contiguity check and see if we missed anything.
Please.
Yep.
I think I see something.
By LaSalle College Park, that little area.
Yes.
Yep. Good eye, good eye.
Okay, so these are the water blocks for District 9. Shall we clean that up real quick?
Yes, please, John.
Before you leave 7, can we just look at something, or after, but some looks strange. Just right there, maybe it's just the underlying map, but Russell Industrial, yeah,
That's unassigned, so that is correct. It's not, see, that's the thing, it's a different check. So you are correct. It's a not a discontiguity because it's unassigned.
and I see one more little one.
By Paul Town.
Yes.
Yeah.
So these are unassigned areas that were in the plan already. So I'll assign these.
Thank you.
These are downriver. They should be at 27.
After you're done doing that, I want to check something in the Lakeshore, the points in Harper Woods. I want to look over there. Does that little area need to go into 10?
Well, so
is it?
here's the way I'd resolve this first. It looks
Okay.
like there's a little piece of land. So what I would do first is, I believe the intention was to have Grosse Point Park entirely in 10. So let's select the township and see if it picks that up. That way we know that that's part of that township and not part of the city of Detroit. It's just a technicality.
Grosse Point 10 should end at Alter Road.
Yeah.
Which is what I think that is.
So that's the legal boundary of the township. It includes the water. So we'll just put that in.
Okay.
And then this sliver can go to 9.
9.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so the discontiguity are corrected, and then I'll just check for unassigned as well.
Great. And then when you're done with that, there's something in that same Grosse Point Harper Woods area that I want to look at quickly.
Okay.
I don't know whether it's better to do that before or after. It's totally up to you.
So this is on the border between 1 and 9. It's an unassigned area. The median of the interstate. Let me put on the neighborhoods and see if the neighborhood boundary gives us some indication.
I wonder if it goes into. Looks like it might go into 9, but I'm not sure. Right, no unassigned areas, no discontinuities. Me and my retainer are fighting.
Yes,
Okay.
discontinuity and discontiguity. slightly.
Exactly. Okay, that area where you are, can you zoom in, please? Just want to check something. Okay, Mirage, and then let me see something. Does that go? That's Kelly. Okay, and then it edges over across 8 Mile as a border, and then that street going north and south, but it's at a diagonal. Is that Beaconsfield? Can you zoom in, please, John? It is. Yeah. Okay. All right. Can we zoom out? 7 is a little low, which probably means that 7 and 8.
Yeah, 5, we might want to look at that. That was one that we didn't affirm every single move in District 5.
Yeah, let's go over there. What is 5? That's Oak Park. That does that. That does that. Goes down. So is it western border of 5 Southfield Freeway? That's what it should be. Or Southfield Road, rather.
It is.
Yeah,
It could
okay.
be in this area. We said there might be a split we'd have to come back to, so I'll put
Okay.
the neighborhoods back on.
So it goes down Southfield Road and then it goes east across 6 Mile or West McNichols. I'm starting from the east and moving. The matrix, I think, is in the way, at least for my vision. So it goes to the eastern border of College Park, then goes underneath. That's 6 Mile, the border, the bottom border of College Park. Yes. And then goes down south Greenfield Road. That's the eastern border of Hubble Puritan. Yep. And then goes across Puritan, the bottom border of Hubble, Puritan, and Harmony Village. Both of those neighborhoods is Puritan Street. And then going north to Myers. Is that correct? That's what Myers is. Yep.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, yep. And then up to McNichols or 6 Mile. Going down 6 Mile, covering the Schultz and Bagley neighborhood, and then going north, Livernois, is that street?
Yes.
Okay, that's the western border of Bagley. And then coming up to 8 Mile. Yep. And then what is that? What street is that? Just to the right of Mitchelldale Avenue. I don't know what street that is. I think it splits.
That's probably the municipal boundary.
Yeah, Detroit Axle. I know where that is. Okay, anyways, going up to North End Avenue. Uh-huh. And then to Westview. I think it's also splits into Republic.
Commissioner Muldoon.
That spot that where it jogs in it wasn't jogged in on there.
Okay,
That's where you're missing the,
that's okay. Thank you.
so it should go straight up that next to that Mitchell or whatever it is, up to another end, north end, or 8 Mile.
Yeah.
Is that what it is? Yeah, sorry, 8 Mile.
8 Mile is the bottom.
Yeah, it should go straight up instead of jogging in there.
Thank you. Yes, that will help commissioners as
Sorry,
I'm. I
Sorry,
can only-
are this area or somewhere else? North?
north, so right where you jet into the, to
Right
the
here.
west,
Okay,
go down a little bit. That section, it should be in 5.
okay, that'll put 5 further over population.
Yeah, but then it goes up and I think it's supposed to jog
Okay.
in at 8 Mile and then go back up.
Thank you, because I can't catch both. It's easier for me to
Yeah,
call
so
out the
if
streets.
you go up to 8 Mile, take that. Yep, right there, take that up to 8 Mile. And then it's supposed to jog in farther.
So into 8, District 8.
No, that'd
No.
be 4, but then when you get up to the top there, of 4, it jogs in farther instead of being so far into 8. It looks
you-
like, I think is where it's at,
You mean 5?
or 5, sorry.
Are you using your laptop?
Mhm.
So you could share your screen if you wanted to.
I'm not on Zoom.
Okay, never mind.
Bro, will it?
So.
Turn your microphone on so people can hear what you're saying.
Okay, so we're looking at this area here.
That is public right here.
So now going forward. It jogs back out. It should. Yeah, okay.
It goes out slightly to 9 Mile. Yep, that's up. Okay.
Yes, it's Oak Park Boulevard.
Yes. Oh, Commissioner Reed.
Sorry. This part is just following the township boundary of Oak Park.
Right.
So I don't think this is the part that you want to be looking at. Just, if I were you, I would just go in between 5 and 4 and just move off, or into 8, one of those two, and just move off some population.
In Harmony Village or somewhere else?
Well, you have a split in,
Harmony Village,
yeah, you have a split there.
I think.
I
That
don't
piece,
know what piece that's a part of. It's right off of the highway, so there's probably not too many people there.
Yeah, so again, 5 is over. 4 is also over. 7.
Right, but it's mainly 5, right? If we get 5 a little lower,
Yeah.
it'll bring it in within deviation.
Yeah, I felt like it was with 6. Maybe Commissioner Reed, if you can check the northern border.
I did, yeah, that's
correct.
also,
Okay.
that is also
that's
Oak
right.
Park.
So Greenfield, College Park are in.
So out of these bordering neighborhoods, what do you think could go into
8.
8?
Fitzgerald Marygrove is
Close
supposed
the
to be
plan
into
and
8.
reopen it real quick.
It is into 8, sorry. It's already in there. Bagley could go into 8. Can you make 8 a different color? Do you mind? I'm sorry. Maybe it's just me. District 8. Can
Sure,
that
I'll
be a
do
different
that.
color?
Why don't you start by moving that little triangle that's by the highway?
Like where? I'm sorry, I wasn't looking. I was looking at my. It's behind the box. Okay.
Let me. Yeah, Palmer Park's correct. Okay. So it could be Harmony Village.
Yeah, you can put a piece of Harmony Village in there. I was saying up by University District, a part of the Bagley neighborhood would be fine.
What if you just put all of Harmony Village in 8? I think that works better than Bagley. What do you
Okay.
think?
That will resolve it.
Okay.
So I'm just going to scan through the deviations real quick here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay. So I think everything's accounted for.
Do we want to play around with 7 or leave it? Leave it? Can you scroll up, John, in the matrix so I can see 7? Thank you.
You could, I mean, you're well within the deviation, so if you wanted to leave it, it's okay. 8 and 7 are like, they're off by
A little
by
bit.
literally the same.
Yeah.
Within like 50. So you could take a little bit of that portion of 8 that juts out near Hamtramck and put it into 7.
Let
That
me
would
see
fix
what that is.
Yeah, you could do like Gateway and Boston Edison and put them in 7, and I think that'd be better anyways.
Okay, let's try that.
So you're looking for 1600 or so to be
Yeah, you can
perfectly
stop
even.
exactly when I get to 1600.
Yeah, and this is the Lodge Expressway. Okay, so do you want to follow the Lodge Expressway here, like in that area? To move that to 7?
So I'm conflicted, like splitting Boston Edison doesn't make a whole lot of sense. In my opinion.
Yeah, I think you could just leave it. I mean, I think Gateway is more affiliated with North End anyways.
Yeah, I do not want to split Boston Edison. I mean, Woodward cuts it in half just because it's a street, but to put it in a separate district, that would make me uncomfortable. Yep, that looks nice. Yep, thanks. Yep, John. Like that.
Okay.
John, why didn't the overall deviation go down when you did that?
There might have been a little bit of population there.
No, when you moved Gateway, the overall plan deviation.
You know what, actually, okay, so what I see here is there's some unassigned population. So let me do something on that, just a second.
Thank you. No, he better save it first.
Okay, so I saved a copy of the plan and then we'll use the function that Commissioner Eid recommended just to rebuild the plan. Sometimes that will just fix this kind of error.
Thank you. While that's happening, I'll just say that I personally am pretty pleased with this version of the map. I am not going to integrate the changes for the lake shore. I drive the lake shore. It's one of my favorite calming rides, but I think it's okay that it is mixed a little with Harper Woods. It's a very nice community, very privileged. That's great. I almost went to Grosse Pointe Academy, and when I was in high school, but went to Cranbrook instead. They have a lot of resources. Everyone has their own. They have their own parks. You have to be a member of the community to enjoy the park. So I think they will be okay with this configuration. And mostly because I think it does the best for the surrounding districts.
Are we gonna run a partisan fairness check on it?
So what he's doing is rebuilding the plan, because if you look very quickly before it disappears, there's an unassigned
Yep.
of 1062.
Mhm.
So what we're hoping is save, rebuild it, put it back up, and maybe this will be fixed.
I don't know if that helps, but that happened when you were reassigning Gateway.
Yeah, exactly.
Mr. Morgan, how long do you think you'll need? Should we take a break?
That's what we were just suggesting.
Yeah, I think there's a couple things we can do quickly to work on this. Again, what's happened here is there's something like behind the system in the database that's just probably misassigned something. So what you see on the screen is accurate. But I think there's a couple ways we can address this. We can export this as an assignment file and bring it into a new plan, and that probably will correct this issue.
Okay, so we will take a 10-minute break. Is that good? 15?
Well, 10 is 10.
Okay, then we'll come back at 2:30.
And generally the issue was sometimes when you change the selection of geography, again, the back end, it has to adjudicate this overlap, and that's what it's related to. And I think it was probably when we assigned this water area down here.
You're not sharing your screen yet.
I'm not, just a moment. But everything I said is still valid. In any event, so the downriver area, when we assigned some of those water areas, this area here, the geography is sometimes problematic in the program. So, but again, I just want to show that all the areas assigned, and when we run the checks on the analysis, it should show that. So there's no unassigned areas in the plan, and then there are no discontiguities. So in that sense, the plan is complete.
Commissioner Ede?
There's one small precinct that's supposed to be in Detroit in District 4, but it's in District 3. It's that one all the way to the left. Not, yeah, there's just one precinct. The leftmost precinct, that one. Should be in 4.
Okay, when you say should be, you mean you want it assigned into 4?
That's how, yeah, that's how it was before.
Okay. And is it a precinct or should I assign by block? Well, we'll find out. I'll select it as a precinct and we'll see what it says. Okay.
Yeah, just undo that.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. Can you run a partisan fairness check, please, John?
Okay, just a second.
I wish we could get rid of all the different versions of this map.
Oh, well, again, these are just saved on my computer.
I know.
So in a way, having those extra versions helped us because I was able to export.
Yeah,
and
that's
it's a utility. And for example, when I upload it, it'll be what you expect.
Okay, great. Thank you for explaining that.
Okay, here's the partisan fairness report. So on the lopsided margins test, it's 5.6 for Republican. On the mean median, it's 2.5 for Republican. And the top line for the efficiency gap is 3.1 for Republican. And the seats vote ratio is 1.7 towards the Democrats, with 60 seats for the Democrats and 50 for the Republicans.
Okay. Let me see something. Okay.
This is a different looking map to me because there's so many districts that cross the 8 mile boundary. However, they're not strung out and artificial looking. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. And I know that is quite different than, you know, this idea of like not crossing 8 mile. But I think it allowed us to include more communities and be more authentic to neighborhoods and people that live in the area, and respond to the robust discussion that we've had from, you know, the group of folks from Lincoln Park to the area, which are from Commissioner Callahan to Commissioner E to myself, things that I've heard Commissioner Curry say in the past, as well as incorporates the comments that we've had during the first mapping process and up until now. So I think it is exactly what you said, Commissioner Callahan, that crossing 8 mile is fine. I think before we were treating, or I'll speak for myself if that makes people more comfortable, but treating District 8 as like a pivot point. And I think this allows more diversity in one way, in more than one way. Yeah. Nothing is shooting up or to the side. It's staying within communities that have relationship with each other, communities that rely on common resources, and that have asked to stay together to for a variety of reasons.
I think it reflects the public comments very well.
I would agree. John has a strong silent hand. Yes, to Morgan.
I do. The only thing I'd point out here is there's this water block that we could look at and potentially assign to 1 if you'd like me to look at that.
Okay, we can look at it. I'm looking at District 4, but I'm going to leave it alone.
Okay, or we can leave it as is.
What?
She was saying District 4.
District 4. No, I was saying
Oh,
something.
District 4.
Yeah, you're fine. You can assign that to 1. I think that's where we go. I'm not sure.
Is that water block something you could assign on your own? There's no population.
That's correct.
Okay, so
The only thing is it will make this, it'll break right here, I think. So I will do that, and unless there's some reason not to. It
go
should be
ahead and
fine.
do that.
Okay, fine.
I'm just wondering, can we move on?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
So Commissioner Weiss, back to you.
Yeah.
Anything else for your turn?
No, I think Brittany, we did a very good job on this map, so I guess we're done. Thank you.
Okay.
You're welcome, Toots, Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you.
So we are now to Commissioner Andrade. I think it's been a couple days since you've had a turn.
Yeah, and one of the things I'd really like to do is kind of see if we worked really hard on a lot of these maps, and we've got a handful of them that are viable in terms of population, and if we could inventory those and kind of make a decision on what we're going to move forward with, I'd appreciate that. And I guess, I don't know if that means I pass my turn or.
No, you don't have to pass. You can kind of facilitate, I guess. Who, I suppose maybe Sarah is the one that would have the comprehensive list of, or Mr. Morgan?
I think some of us are keeping track of some of them and maybe we can reach a consensus. Right, Donna?
Well, one thing
Brittany?
I'd like to make sure is that a map that we know we want to meet forward, that if it's not complete or it needs adjusting, then let's open that one up and get that one done in the time we have left. If there's maps we know we're probably going to want to move forward or put forward for an assessment on the next stage that's done, then cool, we can set that one aside and just see where we are with the ones that we still want to get finished that are not finished.
Yeah, and I think the only one is the water lily that you were working on, Commissioner Orton. And if you wanted to complete that before we move forward, then I would like to go ahead and you can do that.
Okay. Can we take a look at that one and
Sure.
see how much?
So the provenance of that map was, it came from the map that Commissioner Kellum started, and then you made adjustments to the district over by the Grosse Points and then stopped. And then Commissioner Kellum opened an entirely new plan and then worked on that. So what is it you want to do? You want to open the water lily, which is very incomplete, and it's also tied to the previous lily map.
Yeah, let's just open it and look at it and see
Okay.
how much work there is. And while he's doing that, just for clarification, when you were talking about making a list of those we would bring forward, it's just to bring forward to our VRA review.
Yes.
Okay, so the convention we've been following is I certainly can open the water lily map and do nothing to it. Or if you intend to make changes, for example, to balance it out, then I would make a copy of it, put today's date on it, and retain the flower name if you like.
I think we have to because there's populations like 14% over and 14%, 17% under.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the convention would be again to put a new date on it and move forward. Okay, just a moment.
And I'm not sure if I want to do anything, but
Right.
yes, do what you need to do and we'll take a look.
Okay. Okay, just a moment. I don't think this is what we were expecting. Okay, this is it here, just a second. Okay, Commissioner Orton, here you can see that,
I don't see it.
right, because I'm not sharing my screen, of course. This is just a test.
Okay, thanks.
See if I'm paying attention. Okay, so this shows the population of District 12 is overpopulated. The District 13 population is under, and this is what we expected because primarily the adjustment was made between 10, 12, and 13.
Okay, can you zoom out a little bit so we can see the whole area? So this was Brittany's start at doing Detroit,
Yes, this was Lily.
but then you've changed it
For
completely since.
yes,
this.
Spirit of Detroit is like a massive improvement. I think this gave me some ideas, but then listening and considering to people talk about the Palmer Park, Royal Oak Township, Ferndale. I wanted to lean into that with consideration that would not require us to go so far north that now we're disenfranchising communities of interest or making things challenging for them and resources that they've talked about. Does that make sense?
So
Yes.
I'm wondering, is there any interest in this map? If there is not any interest in this map, then it's not worth working on.
I personally would agree. I don't think personally, I no longer have interest in this map because I think it was a starting point. I saw the Lakeshore District and I said, then I went a completely different direction and just like changing, making more substantial change. Now, of course, it provides an option where people say, oh, I like Lily. And this is a version of Lily that keeps the Lakeshore District in the way that it has been drawn on many of our other maps. Then it gives that quote unquote best of both worlds. But I say that very lightly because I think the Spirit of Detroit does way more for communities of interest and for
Okay.
the districts that we were charged with redrawing.
Okay. Can you scroll the population back up just so I can see again those numbers? So really, it's a pretty quick fix, actually.
Yes, and you know, you could also recreate some of these districts in another plan if you want.
Right. Okay, well, let's just do a quick fix. Then we have one more we can do something with if we wish. So just start moving population right at the border of 12 and 13.
Okay, so just looking at the board between 12 and 13, at this point, 12 is overpopulated, so you shed from 12 into 13, correct?
Yeah, and just start taking precincts.
Okay, and we're looking for 15,000.
Yeah.
Okay, so that would be pretty
Yeah.
close to what you need if I assign
Mhm.
that and see how that looks.
Yeah, assign that and see if it's good enough.
Okay, so you would probably want to take back just a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, yeah, right here on 13. So
So yeah, the right one.
okay, so just take a piece of that
Yeah.
into 12.
Yes, please.
Is that about right or continue? Okay,
Take those three. Oh, let's see.
or maybe take this one back.
Yeah. See what that does.
I'm sorry, I was looking at the other way. I think you needed more, not less.
Oh, okay. My math brain is not functioning today. Yeah,
Is that enough or
that's,
you
that's
wanna,
enough.
that's enough, okay?
Okay.
And do you want to do anything else to this plan? Run any, again, I can do the contiguity stuff.
Yeah.
And double check that and we can give it that FC stamp or whatever
Yeah.
Commissioner Lett designated. I can do that offline if you like to save time.
Yes,
Okay.
please.
And then do you want to run any reports on this before we close it?
Sure. Yeah, run a partisan fairness report.
Okay, just a moment. Okay, here's the partisan fairness report. So on the lopsided margins test, it's 5.6 for Republican. On the mean median, it's 2.9 for Republican. On the efficiency gap, it's 3.1 for Republican. And on the seats vote ratio, it's 1.7 towards the Democrats, with the count of seats 60 Democrat and 50 Republican.
So it's exactly the same, I believe, as several that we've.
It's in the same range as most of the other plans that have been drafted during the past few weeks.
Okay, thank you. That was quick and easy. Thanks.
I'd like to make a motion that we stop mapping and take a look at what we have and decide what's going forward. Our next step, the VRA.
I second it.
Okay, so we have a
Sorry,
motion.
Commissioner Zatella has her hand up.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to stop mapping and take a look at what we have. So for discussion, Commissioner Zatella.
Yeah, I'm fine with doing that as long as we're making it clear it's for today or this moment and we're not done mapping, because I personally have more mapping I would like to do.
You have more collaborative mapping you would like to do?
Yes.
Okay, any other discussion? So there's a motion on the floor, so. Mr. Brace.
Yes, I would like to ask Commissioner Satella, you just sent me a new plan at 3 o'clock. Is that different than the one that Edward sent to me at 2:15?
Yeah, so the first plan is basically a duplicate of the promote the vote plan, just folded in. And the second one fixes, there's just some population errors and different issues with it. So we're gonna start with the first one, and then the second one will be the changes that I want to make to it.
Okay, that's what I want to know. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion on the motion? So I think maybe we need some clarification. Is your motion to stop mapping period, like we can't do any more collaborative mapping? Or I think what you really want is for us to take a look at what we have.
Take a look at what we have. And I know I'd like to hear more about Commissioner Zatella's maps from yesterday, a quick summary on each one of them. And kind of go over the other ones that we have that are viable.
Okay.
And then we need to make that decision going forward.
Okay. So I'm thinking we may, as we look at some of these, we may want to map a little bit, make some tweaks and stuff. It's just my thought. Commissioner Kellum.
Yes, I know that all of us might not be able to be here tomorrow because of not feeling well and different scheduling things, but I was also wondering the same. I would appreciate like a brief description, not necessarily going in and mapping, just to make good use of our time. If small tweaks can be done very quickly, sure, I don't have a problem with that. And then I do have a question just in general about how we define collaborative mapping. If there aren't 2 or more people working together in tandem live on something that is coming from concrete human people sharing their opinion about their communities of interest. And before, I'm not turning this into an argument. So Commissioner Zatella, I'm just asking, how are you defining that what you're about to put forth is a collaborative map? Because
So
if you're the only one mapping, then it's your map.
So similar to what Steve did with the Michigan State map, he brought forth a map that someone else worked on, and then there were a few changes made to it, and then it was characterized as a collaborative map. I am planning on doing the same with the promote the vote map, the unity map that was submitted. So bring it in, and then I will make changes to it. And then if anyone else wants to make changes to it as well, they're welcome to. I know Aaron and Rhonda wanted to make some changes. And then at that point, it's a collaborative map so that the public can look at it.
I am willing to let the map and withdraw my motion. If you think it's a collaborative map, then sure, let's go ahead and have her present and do
Before,
yeah.
okay.
she felt-
So, okay, so you withdraw your
Withdraw,
motion?
Yes.
For now?
Yep.
Okay. There's a question, Commissioner Zatella, of how many you're talking about? Are you just talking about the one?
Yeah,
to
it's
go
just the
over
one
right now?
promote. It's just the one promote the moat map and then make some changes to it. And I mean, my
And
changes
you-
don't take hours. I mean, I'm normally done within a long amount of time.
And that's what you would like to do right now?
If we can, I mean, or I just want to make sure that a fast one isn't going to be pulled on me. And then tomorrow morning, if I want to present it, people are suddenly going to say, no, we're done mapping. That's my only concern, is that there have been people who've been taking very long times on their turns, several hours, and that's fine. But if there's other people who want to continue to map, I don't think they should be denied the right to map just because other people have taken a very long time on their turn. So I can do it right now.
Well,
I can do it tomorrow.
Commissioner
Right now
An-
is great, actually, if we want to go ahead and do it right now.
Commissioner Andrade is willing to withdraw her motion, so we can let you go go next. If there's not somebody else in line before you that has a map that they want to complete or look at. Commissioner Kellum? do you
Yeah,
have-
this is just a quick comment. Yes, I'm a big fan of transparency and I'm a big girl. So yes, I took hours because hours is what happens when you're drawing with more than 2 other people. And I open up my turn to my peers who I trust and I value because we've been asked to draw collaborative maps. Now, I'm always going to speak frankly. What I am afraid of is not a fast one. It's that typically when you take a turn, it's a trio of conference. It's you and Commissioner Wagner and Commissioner Lang that draw maps. That is not collaborative mapping. So I don't want, like, that's the elephant in the room. So if you're not going to draw with the group, then it's not collaborative mapping. When Steve put that map for, all of us were talking about the map. When you put a map forth, you say that it's quick and it's done and it's tidy and it's pretty and it's perfect, and then it turns into something else. So I'm just really tired of that. If you want a map, fine, but don't dress it up to be anything else.
What, I'm sorry, what
Commissioner
does it
Weiss,
turn into? That's something else. I'm very confused by that statement.
Point of order. Commissioner Weiss.
Just a quick question. I do like to have Commissioner Zatella have a chance to do her maps, but 2 of the individuals that she cited that may be making changes, I know I won't, maybe some of the other commissioners will, but they are not present at the meeting at this time. So I don't know if this is a good time to do your map unless we do it another day that they are present. Thank you.
Commissioner Zatella.
Yeah, it's not like the changes are reserved to Commissioner Wagner and Commissioner Lang. Anybody can help, and every time I've mapped, anybody could chime in and offer their feedback. You've just chosen not to. So that's not my fault that you've chosen not to. It's not like I've said no one else can touch a map I'm working on other than 3 people.
Okay.
I I do understand that, but as I stated, they're not here. I don't plan on making any changes. If some of the other commissioners may. I did not say that that would be just those 2. I stated that they were not present. Thank you.
Commissioner Orton, is there conversation in the room? Because if there is, we can't hear it.
Do you
Get
want me
him
to
unmuted.
repeat what I?
Yeah,
Can you hear
go
us
ahead.
now, Commissioner Stella?
Okay,
Yeah.
Kim, let me just restate what I said for Commissioner Zatella and then, so if she
Just a
can get-
second.
Okay.
Can you hear Mr. Morgan right now?
I can now, but there were several minutes where I could see people talking
Okay.
and couldn't hear anything.
Right.
Okay.
Mr. Morgan, did you say that you had received the initial map that Rebecca sent earlier today, or Commissioner Stella did?
Okay, let me repeat what I said earlier for Commissioner Zatella. She copied me on some maps that Mr. Brace had referenced. So I believe there are at least 2 of those. And at the moment, my email buffer is full. So I see that I'm copied on those. And Kim has those maps and he'll get them to me. He's opening them in Autobound now. So we'll resolve that very quickly. And the alternative, Mr. Brace will explain here in a moment.
Sarah.
Yes, so
Mr.
the
Brace.
alternative that I suggested is that I have downloaded them on my machine. I can plug my machine into the network and be able to project that for Zoom so that everybody could see it.
Seems like that's the case to me.
Is that okay with you, Commissioner Stella?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, Mr. Brace?
Okay, I have downloaded the 2 files that you had sent to me, and I have them loaded into Autobound. So I can show them on my machine. We just need to plug my machine into the projector and you'll be able to see them here as well as in Zoom.
Sarah
And then I
Reinhardt.
can lead the discussion.
Hi, Commissioners. I apologize if I'm throwing a wrench into things. I just wanted to know, Commissioner Satella, I was copied on the emails as well, and I note that you noted in there that you would discuss and edit them tomorrow. I believe that was probably in reference to our rules of procedure requiring that if a edited map that's not currently posted online for the public is submitted, then it will need to be adjusted the next day so that it has time for it to be posted online. However, I'll also note that I believe this, I haven't actually opened the map, so you'll have to correct me if this isn't the case, Commissioner Satella. I believe that this is adjustment of a map that was submitted through public comment. So if we're able to load that map that is currently posted online in the public comment portal, and if you wanted to make those adjustments live, Commissioner Satella, that is an option for you to do today. Otherwise, the maps that you submitted, we would have to post publicly and then wait until tomorrow.
Commissioner Zatella.
Yeah, and I'm fine with doing that. Like I said, I just want to make sure I'm going to have an opportunity tomorrow morning to actually map. This map is available in the portal. It's under the Unity map. However, that Unity map is just a series of districts. I think it's maybe 10 districts. It's not a complete map. And it would have to be downloaded and pulled into Audubon Edge and then merged into a Hickory map. And so there's just a lot of steps there, which is why I did all that work on the back end already to just put it into Audubon Edge to make it easier for us to look at. But I'm perfectly fine doing that in the morning. Like I said, I just want to make sure tomorrow morning it's suddenly not going to be the story of, oh, we're done mapping now, you can't work on it, because this is a map that several people today asked for us to look at, and I'd like to make sure the commission takes that seriously and looks at it.
Well, I will just say, this is not a fast one, but several people are ill, including me. I can't guarantee that we're gonna have a quorum tomorrow is a concern that I'm thinking about. So, can't guarantee, but we can see what happens. Commissioner
And then if that's the case, then I'd rather just open it up right now.
Commissioner Ede?
Yeah, I think we should look at the promote the vote map as well. So let's just look at it.
Sarah?
So hello, sorry, we lost Wi-Fi in the room, but I'm going to turn up my laptop volume and maybe we can do it that way until we resolve the Wi-Fi issue. Commissioner Satella, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. So my question was, just kind of summarizing what you were describing with the promote the vote map, is that on the public comment portal, it's a collection of different districts and that the only edits you made was just all the different districts. Sorry, let me turn up my volume. There we go. It's just to compile the different districts into one map, and those are the only edits that you made.
That's the first version. The second version are the
Okay.
changes you want to make. Yeah.
Then I think that the first version, because it's technically posted online, it's just like compiled, so it's still publicly available. I think that in my opinion, would be permissible to not have to wait until tomorrow. So if you wanted to bring that up, of course, I defer to the commission's judgment, but it seems like it's publicly available currently, so.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, I can end up. I can share. We can do my screen. No, just okay. Okay, Commissioner Satella
Satella.
had sent, yeah, it's one of those days already. She had, as she'd said, she had sent me a map that she had, as she reported, pulled off of the website and made adjustments, and then she made further adjustments to the map. So I have brought both of them in to Autobound. So let me open up the one that she originally sent. And this is the map that she had originally sent to me. And I would trust that she had verified the population numbers that she generated from the trust the vote map or the promote the vote map. But we see them all within the 5% range in acceptance with no unassigned territory on that side. This map ends up showing the area in question. And I can clearly put on the Hickory map to show what changes have been done. The Hickory map. There it is. That was that.
Kim, are you talking right now? Because if you are, we can't hear you.
Well, I'm mumbling, sorry.
Okay, that's okay. I just want to make sure.
Sorry to mumble that from, I'm trying to overlay the Hickory map on top of this, but it's not doing it
Cooperating.
successfully. I don't know, maybe properties are somewhere along the lines, but I thought I had brought it in properly. So this is the map that you have, as you reported, generated from the promote the vote map initially. And can you verify that that's the one that you sent me?
Yes, this is the one that I sent you.
Okay, so this is what they were promoting. And now let me close and bring in the one that you had created off of that.
Commissioner Ede.
Just one moment before you close it. Oh, did you close it already?
Oops.
I believe you just saved it. I think it's still up.
Yeah.
So I just want to know how many districts this changed from the original Hickory map. It looks like it's the 7 that we have to plus 4, 9, and 13. And 5 and 6.
Yeah, 6, yeah. Yeah, I believe that's it. It actually, when I imported it, it dropped nice. I deleted out 1, 3, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 9, 7, 5, and 6. And then I just pasted this into the Hickory. And it fit perfectly into the void that was left removing those districts. And one of the things I think is interesting about this plan is just like Commissioner Kellum was working on with her plan, this plan does cross the 8-mile boundary with multiple districts based on communities of interest, like District 7, I believe, is the Palmer Park, Ferndale LGBTQ community. Oak Park and parts of Detroit are together in District 5 along with Royal Oak Township. And then you know, they give a pretty good description. 9 is grabbing some of that Bengali community going across into Macomb County. And so on our portal, there's a nice description as to why they drew districts this way. I also thought it was interesting because they have a different configuration than what most of our collaborative maps have at this point, where we have, yeah, thank you, Mr. Brace. So instead of having Harper Woods, having a choice between Harper Woods, East Point being together or Harper Woods being put in with the Grosse Pointes, they've actually configured this district a little different, where it's grabbing Harper Woods, part of St. Clair Shores, and then part of Detroit and putting them together and putting East Point and Roseville together, which is something we've heard a lot about in public comment as well. And then the Grosse Pointes are put together with those communities of interest from Detroit that had asked to remain together, the Cornerstone, East English Village, Morningside neighborhoods that had wanted to be together as well. So it's just a slightly different configuration over on the east side, which I think is pretty interesting. And I just think this is something interesting to take a look at as a commission. And again, I imported it myself just to kind of cut down on some of the work because we're running short on time. And doing those imports takes a long time. It's time consuming and tedious. And so my hope was we could get this in, have everybody take a look at it. And then I wanted to make one more collaborative map off of this, making some changes in some of the areas. Just for example, like if you look in the center where Hamtramck is, 9, 8, 3, and 11 all take a piece of that Bangladeshi community. And I think we can adjust a few lines there to keep more of that community of interest whole while still maintaining the general feel of the map. So just simple things like that.
Okay, go ahead and do your thing.
Do we want Sarah, because that would be changes to this map, is that all right for me to do that?
Yeah, as long as it's done in live session before members of the public.
Okay, well then can we go
I
ahead
think
and
you can make changes to it.
yeah, can we go ahead and rename that?
Commissioner Eid.
Yeah, I mean, this one certainly works. So do we want 2 that we could you know, eventually, if we want, move forward, this one as they submitted it, and then the one with the changes that are to be made?
That was
That'd
my
be okay.
intention. That was my intention.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Zatella.
Okay, so if we can just go ahead and, you know, just save this as a new, save it and create a copy so that we're working off a different version.
And this is the new one. Promote the vote map HD 012524 _ RAS for commissioner's initials.
Yeah,
So
we're
the
just
one-
gonna, I want you to open the one we just had open, the one that is the same as, like a copy of the one that was the promote the vote one.
Okay, not the one that you have sent with your
No,
changes.
no.
Okay.
Okay. Could you give this Aaron, are you on?
I am.
Do you prefer daffodil, peony, or sweet pea for a name?
Peony.
Peony. Okay. Do you know how to spell that, Kim? Peony.
Peony.
I'm sorry.
Peony, peony.
Yep.
All right. Uh-oh.
All right, well, let's see here. Yeah.
Commissioner Satella, is your intent for this map to be collaborative?
Yes.
Okay. Kim, I think the naming convention we would use then would be today's date. I think this would be V3 of the day. Does that sound right?
I believe it's 4 because
Four,
we
V4.
adjusted Daisy and then we did Spirit of
Perfect.
Detroit and then we did Water Lily. So this would be number 4.
Perfect, thank you. And we would remove Commissioner Satella's name at the end and
So this is version 4.
that works for now. I'll connect with you later to make it consistent with the others. It works for now. Thanks.
Mr. Morgan.
Yes, Commissioner Zatella, while Kim is working on this, I just want to confirm that I also have a copy of your plans loaded in Autobound for later use.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner.
All right, so first thing I want you to do is, do you have the Detroit COI map that I was working with before?
Yes. I
Can you
do.
overlay it?
Let's see here. That's not changing. This is a COI map you were talking about?
Yep. Okay, so what I want you to adjust is, if you see that area where Hamtramck is, where district, there's a number 4 in the middle of it right now.
Right.
Yeah, I just want to grab those bottom 2. Hold on one second. Trying to look at 2 screens at once here. Yeah, so I just want to make more of that into District 8. So those 2 districts, or 2 precincts from 3, we're going to try to put those into 8.
8, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just so we're keeping a little bit more of that together rather than having as much of it in 4 pieces. Oops.
Sorry, I don't want whole counties. we want to go into 8. That's got 2701 in terms of population.
Okay.
Assign that to 8. Okay.
And I think, unless there's a delay, I think 8 was able to take that without any issues.
8 is, yes, 2.35 high.
And then what
Just-
is the district I just took that out of? Is it still okay?
I believe it was. Let me see. I put that.
Okay. So that's still within. Okay, so that's good. All right, so let's back out from here. Like I said, it still divides that community a bit, but I think it's, better to have it in 3 than 4. All right, so you can take the community of interest map off. All right, and then I'm just gonna go make some changes around Dearborn to put Dearborn into kind of 2 districts again. So what I'm gonna want you to do is that area of 4 that's crossing into Dearborn, we're gonna assign that back to Dearborn.
All of these precincts up here.
Yep,
including
that's
going
all
down,
part of, yep, thank you.
And those will go into 14,
Into 4. Oh, I'm sorry, 14, you're right,
right? Okay. That territory. Put that into 14.
Yep, and now we're gonna go over a little bit to the left. And that area of green that is currently in 14, we're gonna start moving that over to 4.
So this area here.
Yep,
Can you see
so I
my
want
pointer?
you, yep, that area right there, we're gonna put into 4. Okay, so I don't want you to go down any further than that. Go to the precinct right below that as well. And put all that into 4, and the rest of that's gonna go into 15. So right, yep, right along there, that's perfect. So don't go south, go west.
Okay,
Yep,
so take
those,
these.
yep. Stick those into 4.
All right.
Okay, and then those last 5 precincts that are part of 14, I want them to go into 15. So just south of where you were, those, yep, 4 Warrendale area precincts, we're gonna put into 15, up higher.
These along the edge.
Nope,
or
up
down
higher,
below? Up
right
on
there.
top?
Yep, right
Okay.
there,
Into 15.
into 15.
Those right there, right? That's
Yep.
what you were looking for. Okay.
Okay, so now we're gonna take, right where you see the number 15 sitting there in Dearborn, we're gonna take those precincts from 15. So right where the number 15 is.
Up here, these
Nope,
up here.
farther south, farther south.
Okay.
So
you've
south,
got a bridge going into here.
yep. So just farther south from where you're at, that's the border between Dearborn Heights and Dearborn right there. Okay. So just to the right of where your cursor is, I want you to go across and grab those precincts that are in 15 underneath. Right
Okay.
there. Yep,
Right
there you
there.
go. Yep. So I want to bring all of that part of Dearborn back into Dearborn, all the way down to the diagonal line.
Into 14 then. That's what you're talking.
Yeah, is Dearborn 14 in this map? I can't remember. I can't see the light green.
14 is the
14,
green one
yeah.
here on that side.
Yes, please.
So you want those out of 15 and put into 14,
Yes, please.
what you're talking about. Those here.
Yep, go down. Okay, that's perfect.
Okay.
And we also need to grab that one little precinct that kind of looks like a gun. I don't know. Just down south from where you are. That's still in 15. Kind of looks like a gun.
That one there.
Yep. All right, and then we're gonna go a little farther south from where you are. So that precinct you're right above right now, I want you to grab that too.
These
Yep.
right here in 14. All right.
Yes, yes, please.
And going into 15 then?
Going into 15. So there's 4 I want to grab. 1, 2, 3, 4. There you go, right there. All right, put those into 15.
All right,
Okay.
14 is still high. 4 is low.
Okay. So if you
15
could
is
yep, if you could kind of adjust everything to the left a little bit so I can see. There you go. So we're going to take Melvindale out of Dearborn and put it into 2.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, and then so 2 is a little over, so we need to grab e-course, and we're going to put e-course into 1. So we're just doing a little shift around here.
Right.
Okay. And then we need to go up to the border between 1 and 4, and we're going to make some adjustments there.
هنا نريد أن نذهب إلى الجهة الحدودية بين المقاطعتين 1 و4.
Who is that?
I think it's one of the interpreters.
I didn't recognize that voice.
Sorry.
All right, so we just need to shift population from 1 to 4. So we're just going to start taking precincts along there and moving them from 1 into 4.
$7,000. Yeah, play with 10,000. That's about 10,000.
Yeah. Let's just start with that and see where we're at. All right, that looks good. So can you save it?
Okay.
And then Aaron, are you well enough to do anything else to this map tomorrow, or does it need to wait till the morning?
I'd prefer to honestly wait for morning.
Okay, that's fine. All right, we got the first start done. Would you mind running partisan fairness on this, please?
Okay.
Commissioner Callahan?
Commissioner Satella, could you summarize the changes and the thinking behind the changes from the promote the vote map to the one we're looking at now? It would just be
Yeah.
helpful to me.
Yeah, so one of them was the Bengali community where we had received that community of interest map around Hamtramck. It's not just Hamtramck, it's some precincts around it. That was actually split up 4 different ways, which is a lot. So I wanted to eliminate one of those splits. We could evaluate tomorrow whether we want to eliminate the rest of them or not, but at least getting rid of one, it brings it down to 3, and it's still mostly intact community of interest. The other issue was Melvindale wanting to be placed with Allen Park and Lincoln Park, and this change makes that happen. And then we also have received 180 plus comments from the Middle Eastern community in Dearborn asking that Dearborn not be broken into more than 2 districts. And in the promote the vote plan, it was actually broken into 3. So this is honoring that request as all by keeping Dearborn Heights and Dearborn mostly whole together in over 2 districts.
Thank you.
Oh, and then I would also add that adding eCourson to 1 actually completes that Latino community of interest map that we had received before. So that community of interest map that we had received includes eCourse as part of that as well. So it kind of serves that community of interest as well. So it's balancing a bunch of different community of interest against each other, and moving things around kind of satisfies all of them to some degree.
So the commissioner wanted a political fairness run on this plan, which is what I've opened here.
I actually am seeing a gray screen, Mr. Brace.
All right.
So you're sharing.
Your first family wins the game. If you had to trade your nose with the nose of an animal, which one would you pick?
Yep. Okay, is that better? Can you see this now?
Yes, thank you.
So this is the partisan fairness scores on this particular plan that we just adjusted. We see that Republican finding is in favor of 5.3% on the lopsided margin. On the median mean, it's Republican advantage of 2.3%. On the efficiency gap, we're seeing a Republican advantage of 3.1%, and seat votes comes in with Democratic seats at 60 and Republican seats at 50. So a partisan bias of 1.7.
So Commissioner Curry, I see that you're on. I would really love your feedback on what you think about this map. This is the one that came from the NAACP and Promote the Vote. They submitted it via our portal today, and then I just made some changes to the Dearborn area.
Is that you, Rebecca?
Yes.
I just walked in the door. Okay, can you show me the map? Is it?
Certainly. Hold on, let me share the screen with the map side. All right, Commissioner Curry, can you see this one now?
Yes. And okay, what did you just do, Rebecca, so I can see where you stopped at?
So I shifted around Dearborn, Dearborn Heights, a little bit of Detroit that had been placed into Dearborn, and then I shifted Melvindale from Dearborn into that Allen Park, Lincoln Park district. And then brought eCourse up into the District 1. So I kind of did like a swirl around.
Okay, I kind of had eCourse and River Rouge together. And So I'm not gonna be in agreement with that because I really want to keep them together, and then I want to do something with Detroit, the southwest part of Detroit.
E-course and River Rouge are together in this map.
Oh, are they together in what is
Yeah.
that, 14?
Yeah. In one, I
In
put
one?
them
I can't
together.
see.
Yeah.
I need my glasses on. I can't even. Oh. Uh, okay. Gee.
So there's River Rouge and E-Course. They're both in District 1.
Okay, I gotta get back on screen. Ken. Who is that talking?
That was me, Kim Brace.
I've lost my way, Kim.
Uh-oh, all right. We'll try to help you here.
Wait a minute, I'm trying to get back into my Zoom. Excuse me, Rebecca, can you rephrase what you were speaking on?
Yeah, so in this original version of the map, Dearborn was combined with part of Detroit.
Mhm.
And we've received a lot of comments saying that they didn't want to be broken into 3 pieces, which is what
Absolutely.
was happening. So this
Yeah.
consolidates Dearborn, keeps Dearborn Heights whole with a little bit of Dearborn mixed into it and a little bit of those neighborhoods by Warrendale that are Detroit, but are highly, they have a lot of the Arab American population. I also moved Melvindale out because we had received comments on that this morning, in particular that Melvindale felt like it was going to be overwhelmed being in a district with Dearborn because they have about 12,000 people, and then they're thrown into a district with, almost 80,000 people. So they asked to be put into Allen Park, Lincoln Park together, those districts. So I did that.
And they do, yeah, they do go together.
And then E-Course was originally in District 2, but I put it with River Rouge because I think it actually kind of belongs there a little better. And then so now that's in there with Delray and the Spring Wells
Okay.
neighborhood.
Good.
And then for 1, because that was now overpopulation, we had to go up near the border of 4 and grab those precincts that right between 4 and 1 and put them into 4.
Okay. And then for 1, what is that ratio of, can we add some more Detroit? Let me see. Do I want to add any of Detroit and River Rouge and E-Course? Can we take some of 3?
And put it into
Make
1?
that- Yeah,
Why can't we see what the population on 3 is? Because it's displaying on the
okay,
screen.
okay.
I just can't see. I'm just wondering how much it
I
can
can't
take.
see it either.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, so it could definitely take some population. You could take about 2,000 people out of 1 and put them into 3, and you would still be okay.
Okay, let's try that.
So out of 1 going into 3 then. Making
Well,
Detroit.
preferably River Rouge and E-Course if you can. And put them into 3.
I'm sorry,
well,
repeat that?
Okay, let me see. Can we do River Rouge and E-Course and put them in 3 and kind of keep them all together with Detroit?
Well, right now there is a significant part of Detroit that's with River Rouge and E-Course.
What part is that? 'Cause all of
That's in District 1.
Yeah.
So just maybe if I could see some streets or something, I can tell better. I can't tell from just looking at.
Commissioner Zatella, I'm sorry, and Commissioner Curry, this is Commissioner Kellum. If Commissioner Zatella, if you're intending to walk Commissioner Curry through the map, it's going to be helpful for her if you give exact streets and areas of Detroit, because she can't see as clearly because of how her laptop is set up, what you're looking at. So you're going to have to be very specific, because that's essentially what she's asking. And then Commissioner Curry, Commissioner Zatella is more so asking your approval. I don't know, I can't speak for her. I don't know if she's asking you to edit areas. This is a map that she and Commissioner Wagner worked on, and she's asking if, as a Detroiter, if this is something that you can stand by. There was another map that we finished earlier, and I can show you that as well, but I'm just simply clarifying.
I saw the one you finished earlier. And it
Great,
was
okay,
good.
okay. So I'm just clarifying what Commissioner Zatella is asking you. Okay, I'm off of
I
the mic.
thought I understood what she said, but thank you.
If she wants to make changes, I'm fine with her making changes if she thinks they're appropriate. So,
I just need to see some streets,
yeah. So Kim, can you?
neighborhoods, some streets. Yeah,
You want to do neighborhoods? I can put neighborhoods on here.
or streets, whatever, whichever one I can see the best.
We've done neighborhoods before. Yeah.
Can you ask Maddie's mom?
I'm trying to remember where I put the neighborhood ones. There. Oh, we're gonna put neighborhoods. I'm sorry, Commissioner, I'm trying to find my neighborhood file to put on
All right.
top here.
I think John had him out earlier or something, but he has his own screen, I know.
Yes, Commissioner Curry, this particular map is on Kim Brace's computer.
I know that I can, I don't know why everybody's correcting me today, but thank you. But I know that Kim is looking on his computer for it. I was just saying when Brittany was doing hers and John was doing it, I thought maybe their computers would say the same thing, where they could find it.
Right.
So have everyone done a map per se?
Not each commissioner has not done a different map, but yes, we have worked on
Looks like I'm
several
always coming
collaborative
in on,
ones.
it looks like I'm always coming in on somebody else's map. I like to kind of start one of my own.
Sorry, Commissioner, I have too many different plans and labor. Yeah, you got it.
Mr. Kellum,
Hi, Commissioner Curry. I'm only speaking for myself. I took a map that had been worked on by all of us over time. And finally, the Spirit of Detroit map took into account all of the areas and neighborhoods in Detroit, Hamtramck, Southwest Detroit, all of the communities and
I saw
ethnicities
your
that we.
map. Yeah, I saw what you were doing.
Yeah, so I was just explaining what you were asking. And so it's not that I drew my own map. I was listening to the,
You did quite a bit on the map, so that's what I was speaking of.
yeah, right, based upon the comments that we received and the different iterations that we've had over time. So I just took that, and Anthony and I and Commissioner Callahan and Commissioner Muldoon and
I watched
Commissioner.
you all do that, so I don't know why you don't think I don't know that. I watched you
I'm
do it
not
today.
Commissioner Curry, I was just answering your question. You
What?
you asked about, I didn't think that you didn't do it. I mean,
No, I said I
understand.
watched you all do it. I saw you when you were doing it. I was there when you were doing it. It's not that I'm trying to not accept whatever you're saying, but I was there when I heard everything you all were doing earlier. I saw you when you were working on the map, and Anthony helped you, and I was there, so I know exactly what you were doing. And I'm not disputing it or anything. I'm just saying all I'm asking him for is the neighborhood so I can see what I want to put wherever I want to put. Unless you all want to come back, and that's quite fine. I just walked in the door.
So Commissioner Curry, Commissioner Wagner did want to work on this map a little bit, but she's feeling quite ill today. So we were going to try to pick it up in the morning. Did you want to look at it in the morning and then hopefully we can get a neighborhood map on it at that point? We can just save it and stop. I know other commissioners are not feeling well as well.
Well, you all can stop. It doesn't matter. You know, I was just reporting back in.
Is that it? No, darn.
Right. Oh, is it? Okay. Bring it in, yeah.
You want to pause your screen?
Yeah.
So this is Commissioner Orton. So Commissioner Curry, you were saying that you'd like to draw your own map. Is that something that you want to do with one of the mappers, or did you want to do that collaboratively in this meeting?
Well, I don't know how much time we have left, but I kind of wanted to do one. But I did see all the maps that you drew this morning. And I think Brittany did a good job on hers. And I don't know what Anthony was, I didn't get too much of what he was adding into it. But I just walked into it. It really doesn't matter with me. I just wanted to do what Rebecca was asking me to do and try to see it through the neighborhood section. And I guess he's having trouble finding it. So that's up to him. He can wait. He choose
Yeah,
to.
they're still working on it.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
why don't we just pause on this map for now? It's saved and we can pick it up in the morning. And Commissioner Curry, I mean, I don't think anyone else is drawing right now. So unless someone else wants to draw a map, you can certainly start your own.
No, that's fine. I'm good.
And it's.
But mine get chopped up every time I get ready to do one anyhow. So I'm good.
I have a change I'd like to make. If that's okay. Won't take long.
Okay.
Sorry, Kim's loading the neighborhoods. That'll take just a moment and then neighborhoods will be up.
I don't need that, my change, if that helps.
We're not seeing your screen right now, Kim, if you're trying to share.
Yeah, he's uploading the neighborhoods. Just
Okay.
He put it in the, he put it in the, on about 200. Neighborhoods, yeah. All right, Commissioner Curry. Oh, okay. Here's the neighborhood maps overlaid on top of this plan. Okay.
Commissioner E, do you want us to zoom out or go to a different?
I don't know. Do I have the floor? What's happening?
So yes, I believe it's your turn, Commissioner
Okay.
Eid.
Can you make an overlay of this map? This is called what now? What flower is this?
Peony.
This is the peony map.
Peony. Great.
This being,
Can you make an overlay of it and put it on top of the original promote the vote map that we were looking at originally?
Sure, just a second.
all right. Yeah. So, yeah.
So yeah, he's exporting this plan as a shape file and then he can, you want to open the other map?
The original
The
promote the vote map
original,
that we were looking at.
the one that was imported. Okay. just a
Right.
sec.
That only changed 7, 4, 9, 13, 1, 4, and 5, and overlay this one, panini on top of it.
This one. Yes, yep. Okay, this is the original. And let me bring in the overlay. Okay, Commissioner.
Okay, very simply, please add the changes that Commissioner Zatella made in Detroit without changing districts to, I was gonna say 3, but it's 14 on here, 15 and 4.
So can we make a new version? Because otherwise this is altering the original promote the vote map.
That's why I had him copy it.
Well,
I
actually,
agree.
it's not copied.
It's not a copy. You didn't ask for that.
This is the original promote the vote map. Correct.
Sorry, this is the original promote the vote map that Commissioner Zatella
Right.
merged with Hickory. It's
Mhm.
not a copy of it. It's the original.
Oh, okay.
So
Then yeah,
I-
make a copy, give it a
of
different flower name.
Okay.
And then just put in the Detroit district changes that Commissioner Zatella made without changing 15, 2, or 3. I think that Detroit district, I like to promote the vote map. I think it's a good option. Don't love it, but I think it's a good option to have. I liked that it didn't change so many districts. So I'd just like to get a version out there that has the changes that she made to the Detroit area that she was speaking of, because I agree with those, but not the Dearborn area, because I disagree with those. So then you'll have both out there.
So I have a question. Wouldn't it be easier just to take her P&E map and make the changes back? Would that be faster?
Well, I don't want to mess with the changes she made, out of fairness.
It would actually not be faster. It'd be slower.
I think this is the fastest way. I mean, after you make the change, then copy, how long do you think that's gonna take, John?
Sorry,
How long do you think that's gonna take to make the changes that I requested?
only a few minutes out.
Okay,
Sorry. It could be done in a break because it's a specific thing you've given us an instruction to do. So we could do that if you need a short break or something.
Oh.
I had it changed. Or is it still open?
Yeah, you could close it.
That's when it was still open. There we go. So I want to tell it to, right?
Yeah, that one.
To copy. So what?
Just make a copy of number 2. Yeah. That might be.
It's still, why is it doing that?
Because I think there's something that you can't see. Could be that the plan tab is too big. While Kim is working on that, I am working on doing those minor adjustments that we talked about. So for example, I opened the Marigold plan and there was one discontinuity that I fixed, those sort of things. And then I'm saving them with the FC moniker that we discussed.
Thank you very much.
So the only one I'm seeing is with District 8. Is that right?
So that one there, below Hamtramck.
Right.
So this is. Were you talking about starting with the P&E?
Yeah, I just requested that you add, so right now we're looking at the promote the vote map. Like a copy of the promote the vote map. I just want you to add the changes that Commissioner Zatella made to the Detroit area without adding the changes that were in the Melvindale, Dearborn Heights area.
Okay. So just this one here, District 8.
If that's all that changed, I don't, Commissioner Zatella, I think you know what I'm trying to do. Was there more changes than that?
She had done District 8 and 3, that changed there, and then that led to the change in.
There's gonna be a few more changes tomorrow with Aaron, but that was what was done tonight, was correcting Dearborn to what the Middle Eastern communities asked for, and then fixing the Bangladesh community.
Well, I disagree that that's what they asked, but we can have that disagreement. Just fix District 8, save this as a new flower, and we can edit both of them tomorrow. We get that far.
All right.
I do have a concern about these plans that are being talked about of editing several maps tomorrow. We're running out of time. We're going to need to pick our maps tomorrow. So we really need to edit whatever we're going to edit today, I believe. We have an hour left.
Is there a possibility we won't have a quorum?
Yeah. There is the question of whether we're going to have enough people tomorrow for a quorum. We do have a few commissioners that aren't going to be able to be here. So I say if you have a map that you know you want to make changes on, it should be done tonight. You're done, Commissioner Eid? Okay, Commissioner Zatella.
Can we just now, while we have a quorum, agree on what maps we're gonna send forward to the VRA analysis? So that we don't end up in a situation where we can't meet tomorrow and then we haven't taken action on what maps are being advanced?
Well, sure, I think that's why we were wanting to complete the maps that we're maybe pushing forward.
Really? Okay.
Commissioner Andrade, do you want to continue with your turn? Do you want to put together the list that we, or however we want to do it? Commissioner Wagner has a hand up first.
I do. My only question is, with this pending town hall tonight, if anything that we hear changes any of our ideas regarding maps, well, we have to revisit it tomorrow anyway, and 3 commissioners missing does not a quorum fail, so that would still leave 10 of us. Just saying.
Commissioner Eid?
Well, my understanding is we can still do mapping next week. Just because we send maps to the VRA person doesn't mean that we can't change maps after that if we hear more public comment, correct?
I think so.
It reminds me of our second round of public comment that we had the first time around when we were doing this. We had a second round of public comment. We had folks come and, tell us what they felt about, I think we had about 15 maps out at that point, around 5 of each kind, and we made small changes here and there. So I don't see why we couldn't do that again next week.
Director Woods.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think your assessment of time is of utmost importance. And so I think if we could just identify today what maps we would like to move as much as possible. I know we're trying to finish up some maps tomorrow, but we do need to remind ourselves that the Voting Rights Act attorney does need time to do the analysis. And so, and then I'm not sure if any individual maps are coming in or not, but that would also be helpful to know. Tomorrow, we're also addressing, our mapping procedures and deliberations. So you're right about the assessment of time and the need to make sure that we provide ourselves enough time for the commission to do its work and forward a map to the court and to the public on Friday of next week.
Okay, Commissioner Andrade.
Okay, so what you want to do is just go through the list of maps that we have completed already. Is that correct?
I think so. And maybe we can distill which ones are actually
Yeah,
complete and
because everybody has their own list and we can come to a consensus. I've got 2 from the Bergamot.
okay. Maybe Mr. Morgan can help with this.
I understand everyone has their own list. Those might be handwritten lists. So on my computer, I do have the ability to show all the plans that I've been looking at. Maybe if I put that on the screen while you have a discussion, would that be helpful?
That would.
Okay, so I'll share my, just a moment. Okay, yes. Okay, so what I'll do then is I'll just share my screen and I have lots of maps, but it'll just help you see some of the names and you can use it or not as you see fit.
Thank you. Commissioner Eid.
While we're waiting for that, what name did you give that one that you just saved?
The end of the name.
So it's
PNE2.
PNE2, okay.
Okay, and again, I just have on my screen, these are the most recently open maps. So as I said, I'm going through and I'm putting FC, basically meaning it succeeded on the contiguity check and the unassigned population check. So this Marigold plan, I believe, is one you want to carry forward, and I just have it ready to go with the FC on it. And I'm happy to scroll through the list or whatever you like, or I can just leave it up there and you direct me what to do.
Mr. Fink.
Thank you. I apologize for interrupting, but there's just one piece of recommendation that I'd like to make from the legal team, which is that we think it's advisable that for whether they're individual or collaborative, and I don't know how many, if any, individual maps are going to be sent off for VRA analysis, but we think it would be appropriate and advisable for the authors or sponsors of draft plans to make a representation on the record that whoever those commissioners are, ideally the whole commission, believes that the plans comply with Michigan constitutional criteria, including explicitly that that there was no data regarding the race of voters or residents considered in the drawing of the districts in any particular draft plan that's being put forward. So I just wanted to offer that recommendation at this time. I'm not sure that it quite fits in at this moment. I know that, frankly, I jumped in part because apparently there's some concern about whether you're going to have a quorum tomorrow. But at some point, I think it's appropriate for such a certification to be made on this record. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fink. Commissioner Andrade?
I was hoping this could be more collaborative.
Okay.
For one thing, I was under the impression I'm not clear on marigold, rosebud, and sunflower, but I see
Okay.
the marigold takes the place of rosebud and sunflower. Is that correct, Commissioner Zatella?
No, they're actually three different documents. The Rosebud is kind of the original that has the original 7 districts that the whole commission drew together, and then a few extra districts. The Sunflower actually readjusts that map a little bit based on the communities of interest map, that Detroit communities of interest map that I opened up, and then the Marigold adjusts that line between Harper Woods and Grosse Pointe Woods, so it's offering an alternative to that district with putting Harper Woods with East Point versus putting Harper Woods with Grosse Pointe Shores. So they're definitely distinct.
Okay,
And
so,
I personally would like them all reviewed for VRA.
okay, so they're all final copies on.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then the next one down, so Marigold is a final copy, Trillium IPPSR, is that, I thought there were 3 versions of that.
Yeah, yes, there are three
yeah.
versions of the Trillium.
And which one is the one most recently worked on?
It would be,
Completed.
it would be number 3.
Okay,
And the provenance of that is, it came across, Commissioner Lett worked on it, Commissioner Muldoon worked on it, another commissioner worked on it, and then after that, it was stopped as version 3.
I think Cynthia worked on that one after.
Right, that's right.
After Commissioner Muldoon.
And then also, Kim Brace just mentioned that we can bring up a static picture of each of the maps or most of the maps that have an overlay of the original Hickory. So that should be a tool when you're reviewing this so that you understand, you can just look at a static picture of the map with the overlay and say, okay, this map does this or whatever you'd like to. So there's a picture of that. So I would just suggest, as you're doing, just go through the names and then we can bring those images up very, very easily. We'll just switch computers. Kim's downloading that now.
okay. So we've got Trillium.
Do you want to do version 2 and 3 or version 3 or?
I thought
Version
version
1?
3 was just tweaks on. Is that correct?
When you say we've got, are you meaning to say moving on, or can we be specific with the language just for my sake of what we're saying?
The ones
or
that
just
are
making a
final,
list?
the list, what I'd like to do is know which ones that aren't just hanging out there uncompleted or something, because I think we have a fair amount of them done.
Okay, so we're naming off maps that are final edits.
Right, and then we will go ahead and figure out which ones are going forward.
Okay, good. I just was
I
being sure.
I need to shorten the list down to something manageable.
No, I get that. I was just making sure we weren't naming maps that we wanted to move forward, because then I had all sorts of thoughts, but okay. I just was being clear, so we're all on the
Okay.
same page.
So we're making the short list first.
The short list, exactly. I guess well, my list doesn't.
Yeah, again, I'm just using this as a reference. You have a different list.
Yeah, I'll just go through them and then if, I'm sure other people have some and we
Okay,
can look at them.
I'll take off my screen then if it's distracting.
No, I don't have to look at it, but there's 2 of the bergamot. They're not named that. I think they're bergamot version 1, and then there's one called 011824B2. I have one nod. Anyway,
Without the bergamot on the
yeah,
name?
it didn't, it
Oh,
wasn't listed
okay.
as bergamot.
Yeah, we made a copy of Bergamot, and the only difference between Bergamot and the one she's referring to is what to do with Grosse Pointe and St. Clair Shores.
Yeah, right.
But that second one didn't get a flower name, so you can do Bergamot
A and B perhaps.
That's fine.
That's fine. I just have Bergamot V1 and V2. Daisy V2 was completed.
Yes,
Copy.
Daisy 2. There's a Daisy 1, there's a
Oh, Daisy 2.
2.
Is that the one that Commissioner Wagner worked on that didn't change anything except the 7 districts that we
Yes.
need to change? Okay.
Yes, it is.
And then there is Spirit of Detroit. Water Lily. And then whether we want to put Peony on there now or wait until tomorrow, and because we're still working on that.
I'd rather advance it tonight,
Okay.
just in case we can't meet tomorrow. And the same thing with the original promote the vote map. I'd love for a VRA analysis on that as well.
Is there any problem with the promote the vote map going forward as is?
Yeah, we're making a short
Well,
list.
this is, I mean, yeah, I don't know that we can put forward one that's not collaborative. I don't know that for sure.
Well, we have to, because we have to do the same thing with individual maps, that it has to go through VRA analysis.
Okay. So the peony version was which one?
Version
Commissioner
1.
Santella? Version 1. Okay,
Yep.
thank you. And that's all I have, I think.
Well, you can do,
Anybody else have any?
you can do both versions. There's version.
You had Spirit of Detroit, Lily, I heard you say Trillium, Tulip, Daisy, and Bergamot. You had all those?
Yes.
Okay.
You also said Sunflower, I think, was another one you said.
Sunflower, Rosebud, Marigold, Peony 1, and then Promote the Vote 1, or Promote the Vote, and then Peony 2.
Commissioner Eid.
There's also Trillium, MSU map.
Yeah, we had that already.
Trillium. Yeah, got Trillium.
Okay, I'm gonna read these just to be sure I have everything without interruptions. Let's see. Bergamot version 1, Bergamot version 2, Marigold, Trillium, Daisy 2, Peony, Spirit of Detroit, Promote the Vote 1, Sunflower, and Tulip.
Could you run through that list one more time, Brittany?
Bergamot version 1, Bergamot version 2, Marigold, Trillium, Daisy 2, Peony, Spirit of Detroit, Promote the Vote 1, Sunflower, and Tulip.
Do you get Rosebud?
No, I don't have Rosebud. Is that on the short list? Okay.
Yes.
Sarah Reinhardt.
You can go ahead, Commissioner Estelle.
I heard her say Peony 1, but not Peony 2. Anthony had asked for Peony 2. And did you also include the Promote the Vote? I wasn't sure I caught that either.
I said Promote the Vote 1. That's what I called it.
Okay.
I believe there should be 14.
I have 12.
Sarah Reinhardt.
Yeah, sorry. Okay. So Bergamot 1 and 2, would Bergamot be the main version and then the version that you adjusted, Commissioner Eid, with the gross point?
Is the Lakeshore different?
Yeah, the Lakeshore difference. Are those the two versions that we're talking about? Okay,
Yes.
great. Just wanted clarity on that. And then the second question that I have is regarding Trillium. There were a couple different versions. There was the initial one that was produced by Steve that was directly imported from the IPPSR. And then there was the version that Commissioner Muldoon changed slightly, and then the version that you changed. Was there only the final version, version 3, that you wanted to submit for VRA analysis, or was there different versions?
I would like to submit that one, but I don't know if Commissioner Lett would like to submit it before any changes. Commissioner Lett, are you there?
I don't think.
That's my count of 14 comes if you include Trillium 1, 2, and 3. So the original one from MSU, the one that was modified by Commissioner Muldoon, and then the third one that was modified by Commissioner Orton.
I feel like I'm coming up with 15 if you count all three of those.
But it was just. I just said 1 and 2 or 1 and 3, sorry.
So for Trillium, just 1 and 3 is acceptable.
Rebecca, you said you had 15 different versions.
Yeah, I'm wondering, is Lily on the list still?
No.
No.
Okay, that's my extra one then. Yeah, I have Rosebud, Marigold, Peony 1, Peony 2, Sunflower, Bergamot 1, Bergamot 2, Daisy 2, Tulip, Trillium 3, Trillium 1, Spirit of Detroit, Promote the Vote, and that's it.
A total of 13.
And you're a water lily.
Yeah.
Was the other one?
I don't have any lily, no water lily, no pine lily, no regular lily. Lily's gone.
We don't want water lily.
You had water lily on the list, I think.
Well, okay, so I'm biased. I'm not gonna put anything on the short list that I don't think should be considered. So if we've already said water lily is scrapped, then to me, why would we put on the short list? But it's up to you all.
I like it.
Okay, so 14, water, water lily. Bergamot version 1, Bergamot version 2, with Bergamot version 1 being the main version, version 2 is the Lakeshore difference. Marigold, Trillium 1. 5, number 5 is Daisy 2, 6 is Peony 1, 7, Spirit of Detroit, 8, Promote the Vote, 9, Sunflower, 10, Tulip, 11, Rosebud, 12, Peony 2, 13, Trillium 3, 14, Water Lily.
I think that's all of the completed maps.
Thank you.
So where do we want to go from here? In deciding which ones go to VRA review.
Chair Orton, Director Wood.
Director Woods.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I know you had a question with regards to Commissioner Lett's map. Is that included or on the list or no?
That is on the list.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Zatella.
Yeah, why wouldn't we just send them all?
Well, I wonder if we can send them all. It's going to take some time for our VRA council to review them. So we want to get them back in a timely manner to be able to make any changes that we need to and get them ready to submit to the public.
How many,
Director
excuse me,
Woods,
how
do you
many
have
maps
any?
are there? How many maps are there total? If we were submitting them all?
14.
Oh, and then how many individual maps are we expecting?
I may do
anyone-
one. Yeah, I may do one. I'm not 100% sure at this point.
And then I don't think all the commissioners are on the line right now. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, for the commissioners that are on the line or in person, does anybody else besides Commissioner Zatella plan to send, submit a map?
I do not see any hands.
All right, I will work with our VRA council to let them know. I told them, I think what I shared, so just a second, please. Mr. Fink, do you remember what I shared? I said 10 to 12. So let me, is that something, Mr. Brace, that we could actually send them today?
I'm sorry,
versus tomorrow?
I apologize, Director Woods, I know you directed a question to me.
No, I answered my own question.
Oh, well, that's easy then. Thank you.
Text.
That
It
makes
was-
it easier. Thank you.
I said 10 to 12 maps, but it looks like we have 14 and possibly one more. And so we're sending them over today. That might be very helpful. Mr. Brace, is that something that can happen?
So are we sending them all over?
I didn't, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Director Woods asked Mr. Brace if that's possible to send it over tonight.
More than likely not. We could probably send in batches. But we've talked with the lawyers already in terms of what they're going to need. We've got a list of what files we need to generate and do those sorts of things. In all likelihood, some of them could start going this evening, but more of them will come tomorrow. So we had been talking about you guys settling on maps by noon tomorrow, and then us generating files to go to Mark Braden and his group, hopefully tomorrow night. So,
Right,
but I don't think they, I know, but I don't think they were originally looking at 14 or 15 maps.
I understand that, Mr. Brace. I just need to know, can you, your firm, your team, when can you get these maps over? Because the commission's ready to make a decision right now. So
Right.
they make the
So
decision
we'll be
right
able
now
to
for
start
those 14 maps.
some of these tonight, but not all of them.
Okay, what does some mean? Quantify that for me, please.
Half of them.
Okay, so they can get 7 tonight, and then when will
Right.
they get the other 7?
The other 7 would be sometime for tomorrow morning.
Okay, so can we say they can get 7 tonight, and then by, let's say, noon tomorrow, they'll have the other 7?
We just need to make sure that we have the right plans and the right maps. That's the issue. Because we've got different names. We've got what's on John's machine, what's on my machine, and all of that we need to synchronize, get coordinated, and synchronize with Sarah's master list, who's been keeping track of what plans you're recommending from the commission.
Commissioner Kellum.
It just sounds like it's too much room for error. I think 14 maps is us not being discriminatory when there were more maps, or there are maps that we've done more work, some where people are like, oh, I guess it could go through. So rather than chance, again, I'm being empathetic. I don't know what it takes to analyze 14 maps, but that's a lot of maps, and not all of them are made equal. Some have come just from external sources without commissioners even touching them. So I can't justify sending 14 maps when, no disrespect to Mr. Brace, but he's guesstimating about what that work could look like. But anything could happen. So I think if we're in the position to hunker down and make decisions, that's what we should do, as well as not confusing the public.
Commissioner Weiss, you were next, but can we let Mr. Fink go first?
Yes, that would be good.
Commissioner White can go ahead. You can continue the discussion and then I can offer my thoughts.
What I want to do is actually, I had a quick question to you, Mr. Fink. Would you please restate what you said about the maps being drawn and how they were drawn? I want to make sure what I heard. That was a couple of minutes ago or so.
Sure. And actually that's in part why I was going to be jumping in. I mean, I think the record is clear, as all the public can see, that the collaborative maps that have been drawn, and I understand there's some discussion right now as to exactly which maps are going to be put forward for VRA review, but the collaborative maps that have been drawn in public over the last couple of weeks, that the commission has complied with the Michigan constitutional criteria in drafting those maps. and that the data regarding the race of voters or residents was not considered in the drawing of the districts in the draft plans that were done collaboratively, open, during these meetings. And I don't know which of these maps are being offered, individually, and to the extent that they are, obviously, if they were not drawn collaboratively, then those individuals who are offering individual maps, I would advise and recommend that they make a certification, a representation on this record for the public that in fact they followed the court order and did not consider data regarding the race of voters or residents in the drawing of the districts in those draft plans. So I hope that that helps, Commissioner Weiss.
Yes, that does. That's why I'm throwing this out, might nitpick a little, but the two promote the vote maps that were turned in here that were done, we really don't know how originally they were done. And I guess, is that going to raise some questions? We don't know how they drew them, why they drew them the way they did. Did they take certain things into consideration that we shouldn't? That's why I'm asking if that would be a problem. Thank you.
If I may, Madam Chairperson, I think
Yes,
the
Director
same way
Brooks.
we look at the promote the vote maps would be the same way, Commissioner Weiss, we look at the IP, I don't have the acronym right, but the map from the Michigan State. And in my email, what I wanted to share with the commission as we were laying out the schedule was that, they're not an individual map and they're not a collaborative map. They're a map that came from the public. And so we need to look at that as something totally different as an individual map or as a collaborative map. They followed the process where they came in, submitted map to the public comment portal with regards to that. And I think that it's a clear distinction that, if the commission wants to do that, the commission did not draw those maps. The maps were not done collaboratively. And so if the commission wants to move that forward, it's well within its rights to do so. But let's just be clear, they're not individual maps and they're not collaborative maps.
Yes, and that's why I also wanted to question the one that we took from the professor, which I thought was a nice map. But if you read his statement, it sounded like there was a possibility that was used a little bit in his drawing of the maps, and it's on the last page of his report. So that's why I'm throwing that question out. Did those three create any issues? Thank you.
And maybe, Mr. Fink, we can use that same certification if you feel it's necessary that we're doing with the individual maps with that one.
Okay, Commissioner Andrada.
Yes, I thought we could come up with a shorter list now, because like some of my notes, Daisy 2 didn't look quite complete, like there was some problems with it, unless we fixed them this morning.
I think we fixed them.
Okay. And then Tulip, there's some issues that I thought we all kind of agreed upon in terms of the east side, like it breaks it up. And I don't know that Tulip's on the list.
Yeah, it is a list.
Speak in your mics if you're speaking, please. Okay, let's see what Commissioner Zatella wants to say and come back. Go ahead, Commissioner Zatella.
Yeah, I would say because we've drawn these maps blind, we don't know how many of them are going to come back with a stamp of approval from our VRA council. So I would definitely lean in favor of just sending them out, letting them look at them, letting them give us an opinion. Because my concern is if we try to funnel things down right now, we could end up putting ourselves in a bind and putting them in a bind where you have to go back to them next week and say, well, you didn't like any of these maps, but how about these? So I think it makes sense to send them all. If there's things we can pair off, I think that makes sense too. Like if we could, like, for example, the PNE2, there's 2 precincts difference between that and the promote the vote map. So does the PNE2 have to be separately removed or separately reviewed? I don't really think it does. But on the other hand, you could take the position of, well, it'll be a fast review because it is so similar. So yeah, I mean, I guess if they were expecting 12 and we're giving them 14, I don't really see that as being a huge issue, especially because there is quite a bit of overlap between many of these maps in terms of many of the districts. So, you know, they all kind of derive from the initial core of 7 districts we drew last, I think it was Tuesday. And so there is a lot of similarity. And so hopefully it will be, you know, not too burdensome of a review, particularly since we're getting 7 of those maps to them a full day before they were originally expecting them.
Commissioner Andrade. You, okay. Commissioner Kellum.
I'm just throwing something out there. If we were gonna pare down this list, like I suggested, I would throw out Daisy 2, Trillium 1, and
Hi, team. Wi-Fi issues again. If you can just give us 1 second, we'll get it back up.
Are we back? Can Richard, what am I trying to say? Commissioner Weiss, can you hear us?
Quick comment. Since they kind of like to send all the maps, would we maybe send the ones we like best first to make sure those get looked at? And then send maybe a second batch that we don't like maybe quite as well. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, I have an idea, but Mr. Fink, you have a hand up?
Yeah, I was just gonna follow up what I had said before, and to directly address the question posed by Commissioner Weiss, which is, and it sounds like it's the consensus here of of the commission to send these forward, to send the maps forward that include I think it's 2 that were submitted by outside groups. And I do think it makes sense to send those forward. These were submitted, by the public. They can be submitted for VRA review, and the commission can then consider that, after the VRA analysis and decide at that point, it can send them forward to the public. Ultimately, you're not voting now on whether to adopt any one of these particular plans. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Director Woods, did you want to say
Yeah.
something?
Yeah, I just want to echo what Mr. Fink said, and it's okay to just send all 14 over. It sounds like if there's going to be an additional one, it might be an independent one tomorrow, but it's just go ahead and do it. And Mr. Brace has already stipulated that he can have 7 done tonight, and then the other 7 will be taken, go over there by noon, and we could work with the attorneys with regards to analysis and get that done. Just so we're all clear. They will be presenting on Monday, I repeat, Monday at 2 p.m. So it doesn't hurt just to send them all over.
Okay, I don't know that we all want to send them all over, but Commissioner Eid.
I understand wanting to pare some of these down, but I want to see the information that we get for the VRA council. So while I understand wanting to pare some of them down, I'm just going to motion that we send all 14 for VRA review.
I second.
Seconded.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to send all 14 for VRA review. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, opposed, raise your hand and say nay.
Nay.
The ayes have it and the motion carries. So we will send all 14. We will send the first half tonight and second half tomorrow morning. Okay. Then we've completed our work for today. So are there any announcements? Okay, so a motion to adjourn is in order.
Second.
So moved.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we adjourn. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of adjourning, raise your hand and say aye.
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 Any opposed, raise your hand and say nay. We are adjourned at 5:01 p.m.